Hello, hello. Hey, everyone. Hello, Maple and Alora. Damn, you guys are on top of it. Hello, hello. Hey, Munyo, I guess you got gifted, yeah. Yodran, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Hey, Griffin. Hi, everyone. Sorry, one moment. I am just setting up some last things here. Just to make sure we're all good to go for the stream. Give me, Give me 1 minute. Or like, just 2 minutes rather here. Let me just grab this thing. I'm just gonna grab my coffee really quick. I realize it's still brewing in the other room. And I want to put the go live notification so that everybody knows we're about to do this. This is gonna be an exciting one. This is gonna be an interesting stream today. I think you guys are gonna like this one. Okay, I think there we go. Publish. That ping go out, everybody? Architects? I think the ping just went out. Let me know make sure if it went through. I'm gonna post it to Twitter as well as the Eluded Ecstasy FC, just to make sure that they know. I don't know if the FC wants to, yeah, I don't know if the FC wants to reping that or anything. Or maybe I should put it in the actual staff chat. Okay. Hello, here we go. Hi, everybody. Sweet, the ping went out. How's it going though, Munyo? So you said you got gifted, yeah, so now you have access to all my glow stick and heart emoji emotes. Have some fun. Mia Miyakota as well, welcome back to the stream. Hi, hi. And Nat Art, hello. Look at that rainbow sheep bouncing. Boundin'. welcome to the stream, Nat Art. I see you're a first-time chatter here. Glad to have you here. And Menace the Slime Otter. Hi. Welcome to the stream. One moment, everybody. I'm just going to quickly run to the other room and refill my coffee cup. Ooh, coffee, hot. Okay, all right. Let's do this, all right. How's everyone doing? Happy Thursday, everybody. Almost there, we're almost to the weekend. Mostly lurking, you're shy? Oh, don't worry about that, it's all good. Hey, the vibe of these housing streams is super duper chill, so no worries. If you're most comfortable lurking, that is totally fine. But if you want to jump in and participate too, of course, we'd love to have you, you know? We'll warm you up. We'll make it so you don't have to worry about being so shy, okay? But to answer your question, Nat, I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. I'm excited to get back to building this, especially after working on this a bunch off stream and thinking through a bunch more stuff. And I'm gonna explain kind of how I got from the end of last stream to where I'm at now. And I think you guys are gonna. I think actually today is probably going to be one of the most interesting days of the process, I think. Especially for people who know some of my previous work, like Prominence and Ichi and these kind of things. Because today is going to be a really, like, without directly showing you me building those nightclubs, today, showing you what I'm going to be doing today is basically the exact same thought process and like type of thinking that I did whilst building Prominence and even parts of Ichi. So like for people who are really into, you know, housing design and wondered how maybe I've done some of this stuff, I think today is going to be a very big eye-opener, or certainly just like a very interesting look inside my head as I build this kind of stuff, you know? So yo, what's up, Ray? Welcome back to the stream, as well as Zara. Hi. Hello. And oh, it's very chill. You really like to watch. Well, that's great. Yeah. I'm glad to hear it. You were here for the bears too? Oh, okay. So you were lurking when the whole bears thing went down, huh? That was quite the stream too. Oh man. I'm glad that stream has become kind of iconic, I guess, in a way. We'll remember that, right? All right, okay. Well, yeah, without further ado, trying to always give a few minutes here where people are just trickling in. Nat, actually, Nat, do you do housing as well then? Or are you from Eluded, or how did you find me? I'm always curious how people end up here. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Wait, also just really quick too, sound check, mic check, stream check. Is everything okay? Like, is everything running smooth and no weird frame drops or music drops or glitching sounding or anything like that? And you just clicked on your stream while browsing? Oh, okay, both of you just from browsing? Oh, hell yeah. Well, I'm glad you found it then. Cool. Yeah, like that's cool because like I know there's not really a lot of people doing housing, and it's kind of like a sub niche within a sub niche in 14. So I always kind of wonder how can people find my stream, since it's not exactly like there's a big population of people all watching housing streams that then raid into each other, or you hear from like other, for example, like in the DJ scene, it's not that hard to find other DJs because you'll just end up at music festivals where there's like 10 of them playing, or your one you follow will raid into another one, or you'll go to a club that you like and new person will be playing. But for housing, it's kind of like you have to really like go out of your way to find it. There's nothing in the game that will naturally feed you housing, or even on Twitch and stuff. There's not really a whole lot of like channels that would really do that. So you really like to do housing though? Oh, well, you found the right community. A whole bunch of the folks in here are all about the housing. And like I exist between housing and nightlife. And that's kind of it. Like I build nightclubs, but I also build other things and stuff, and I DJ. And so like I know a lot of my stream followers are kind of a cross-pollination between some people from housing, some people from nightlife. But a lot of times they end up kind of exploring the other side through the stream, which I love. I'm so glad when that happens, because a lot of times they end up finding something really, really beautiful in the other side of stuff. You found my website first. Like, you found Prominence's website, I'm guessing? Is that what you mean, Munyo? That's probably a first. I feel like usually we link the website here and then you find the stream, Also, I think I probably linked this to you guys last time, but in case you guys didn't see me link this last time, there's my Discord, so you can get looped in if you want to join in on the housing community, like, because I run housing tours, and we'll be doing one for October here, and we have a whole bunch of people, regulars from here, from the stream, in the housing, in my Discord rather, and that's really where like I always announce things about new openings of my nightclub or the next DJ sets that I'm playing, as well as any housing events and tours and special things that I'm doing for that. So like, if you guys are both really into housing, definitely give the Discord a check out, you can even opt into getting notifications for housing stuff or like going live things without even fully linking into the Discord like community itself, if you're like on the fence. And Nat, you're saying, can I watch some more of my DJ streams? So I don't have any of the DJ streams posted at the moment due to copyright things with the music and all that. But I am working on getting some of that type of content, that music side, up somewhere on in a more permanent place. But for the moment, you got to come live. That being said, there's going to be several things that I play in the next couple weeks that are actually much earlier than normal. So, like, what was it? So this Sunday, Nat, at 4 to 6 p.m. PST. So this is October 16th, this Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. I'll be doing the Prominence Garden Party at my nightclub. And so that's quite a bit earlier than the normal clubbing stuff. And then actually coming up, there's going to be several festivals and even like a new nightclub that I'm going to play that's basically on EU time, where I'm going to be playing 12 p.m. PST my time, which is, I think, like prime clubbing hours in EU time. So you may want to check out my event schedule in the Discord. Like I said, you can join the Discord, and like you don't even have to join the full community if you're not ready for that yet. But like if you want to just see like the schedule of all my events, it's all there. And hold on, let's see here. You already did? Beautiful. Okay, well yeah. There, you could check those out and see if some of those times might line up for you. Hopefully you can make it to some of them. And Griffin is saying someone had linked my Twitter post, first time showing at Prominence, when Esper and I realized it was on our data center. We decided the first night we were free to go check it out in person, and it just happened to be your opening night. So it was your Twitter post. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Well, so to say, I'm so glad that people have been finding their way to Prominence and to my stream just one way or another. So, yeah. What's up, Sakiko? Hey! Welcome back to the stream. Welcome in, everybody. I see suddenly the number jumped. It was like hovering on my end. It was like 5 viewers, and then all of a sudden it jumped to 18. So, hello, everybody else who's just been joining us. Welcome back to the stream. That wasn't... Is it super delayed again? Uh-oh. I really hope it's not getting super delayed. But, yeah. Oh, I see. So it was like with lightning fast. Perfect. Oh, the opposite of delayed. But yeah, so... welcome back to the stream, Sakiko. And for everybody who is joining us, or who is already here, we are once again here in Eluded Ecstasy, which is a heaven and hell themed nightclub. And I'm currently working on the heaven side of things. And the reason I'm up here right now is actually, I'm not going to actually be working here in this room, but I wanted to preface and show everybody again where we were at and then where we're going, okay? So here's the thing. So you can actually, this will be an interesting thing, right? So I think I stripped this room a little bit of some of the items, and that's why it's looking a little extra bare right now. But so to say, this used to be the original dance floor. There used to be a couple more stained glass windows over here on either side. There was some rose trellises and like some curtains and stuff, right? So where did they go? It was like roughly like this. This is very crude that I'm placing these back. But, you know, we had stuff like this, and then they had some stained glass windows on the side, and it was very beautiful, and they had like all the light coming in from the stained glass windows. There's also some couches here that I took away. And, okay, so the reason I'm showing you this is because I want to show... I'm going to be talking through the thought process, right, of how I'm taking what we had, and then what I was working on previously, and then now what I have currently and where we're going, okay? And I think seeing the whole thing laid out in front of you will be the most interesting, and will help tell the story or explain why I'm doing what I'm doing, right? So this was the original Heaven dance floor, right? Heaven up top, Hell down in the basement. And so Heaven up top had this theme, right? Again, a lot of the stained glass windows, and it was just mostly on this side. There was the Heaven bar across the way over here. And we decided that we were going to merge the two and really merge the whole space into like one unified Heaven space. just to make sure that we could really go all in on the theme and try to make that thing really sing. A couple of observations here, though, was, you know, I thought I love the stained glass windows. I love where we're going with that. But I kind of wanted to see a bit more of the partying up in the clouds kind of vibe happen. And I wanted to get a little bit more of like a grand scale going on, right? So this is the light tunnel that they love so much, and we're still gonna keep elements of this light tunnel. But so then in my experiments, I started figuring out, okay, so how can we do this, right? How do we party up in the clouds? And so we got here, right? We got to the archways and me thinking, okay, wouldn't it be cool if we were partying and like all around us, there was sort of the sky outside the windows. And I originally had these arches like all the way throughout this room, and I was thinking maybe we just have a big room where we have just all these arches, right? So the thing about that though is I just started realizing the more I experimented with that, I kept trying different layouts of the room and different arrangements of stuff, and it just wasn't feeling very grand, you know? It was just too small of a space. Heaven to me shouldn't feel kind of claustrophobic at all, right? It should feel it should be very grand in scale, because that's the vibe of heaven. It's this very big, wide, expansive space, right? So I think I played around more and more with the idea of like using more of the space up here, and eventually landed on, you know what? I think what I want to try to do is build our heaven dance floor out here in the middle of the large, you know? Because this is like a much bigger space to work with, right? So now the heaven dance floor is going to be basically like right here. Okay. And that was the new thought. And pretty much like where we left off at the end of last stream was arriving at that thought and kind of just playing around with laying some of these elements down and sort of explaining how to arrive at this point. And I don't think we went much farther than there, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, any of the people who were here last time, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty much where we left off, right? Carolyn, hello, welcome back to the stream. And okay, so here's the thing, right? With building here in the large, right? Something right before I show you where we're now at, right? So I've worked now off stream since we were here. Since we were in this space last time on stream. But to bridge us from where we were at here to where I'm now currently at, I want you to make note of the fact that if we're building here in this large space, we still have to respect that there are the staircases and the stairwells, and like that we are still very much what am I saying here? Within a large, there are limitations to the space that we have to use, right? We are still very much confined to this big box that we have here. So these walls cannot be moved, right? These are the natural built-in walls of the house. Same with these on this side. And so we have to work within that space. And we also have to account for this alcove being here, and these stairs coming down, and these railings that go all the way along here and cut across here as well. You can't see them right now because they're getting hidden by these things, but that black trim right there represents where the stair railing is, right? So those are all sort of natural barriers that we have to work around. And we also have to consider that in the lobby here, this is the entrance, the doorway, and this is where Purgatory is going to go, or sort of just, I guess, the welcoming greeting room area. And we do have to take into account that this is going to exist below here, so everything has to be floated above that so it doesn't collide with this area, right? Okay, so now that you have a little bit of a preface of where we were at, let me show you where I'm currently at and where we're going. Let me just really quick make sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay. Okay, so let me show you now where we are headed. So, building in the space here, we have to account for all the stairs and all this other stuff. So, the way I did this at Prominence, and if you know my nightclub, Prominence Nightclub, for those of you who don't, I'm gonna link the website here so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Prominence's main dance floor is also built right above the stairwell. And so in order to build around the stairwell and be able to actually place items properly, what I did was I basically built most of the dance floor in the basement and then floated it up through the basement to the middle floor, and then from the middle floor up to floating about halfway up, up here in the space. So why did I bring this up? Because... Okay, here we go. Big reveal time. So here's where I'm working with for the new Heaven dance floor. So we would now walk, we're gonna walk in through this sort of walkway, and then we're gonna turn, and then we're gonna go boom. And this is the starting framework that I'm working on for the new Heaven dance floor. Maggingway, hello, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. Hi. And yeah, so I think hopefully you can see where I'm going with this. And this is also, so mind you again, we are now in the basement where we were building Hell on some of the earlier streams. We are still going to have Hell down here, but we're going to be rearranging stuff first. And in order to properly build Heaven and then push it up through the floor, I built it down here because it's a big clean space. There's no stairs here and all that stuff, right? So actually you can see me, the darker bits here poking out. I went back and forth between the top floor and the bottom floor, and I put place markers that marked out where all of the railings were, and basically built myself an outline of the upstairs, but downstairs here. So these walls that you see, these Hingen walls, are at the exact position that the actual house walls are upstairs, floating on the 3rd floor. So that way I understand the space, right? So this is where the stair railing is, or the banister, like that is framing the edge of the stairwell, right? And it runs all the way along here. So this is all marked out and spaced out proportionally so that I can build this to scale and then push it all up vertically through the floor, right? And hello, Aramore. Welcome back to the stream as well. Glad to have you here. You're just in time for me to sort of show where I'm at here with Heaven as the dance floor. And the reason I wanted to show, too, that progression of like what Heaven originally was to where I'm at now is because then I wanted to kind of explain. So you can see here, I'm experimenting with pulling in the same stained glass windows that was, I think, iconic of the original Heaven dance floor. And so, I think because I am doing an evolution of a club that already exists, I definitely want to try to capture some of that familiar feel that they were already going for with their club, right? And that their club goers already know. And so I definitely wanted to bring back that idea of having lots of windows and but then kind of like evolve them forward and kind of put my own spin on them, right? And so I decided on wanting this sort of the pillar structure here because I feel like that's very I went through like tons of reference photos and was like studying how Roman and Greek architecture looks, and also, concept art for Heaven in various movies and across various games and that kind of thing. And so something that is very iconic, I think, of that style is these big, white pillars with big open window cutouts, right? So to then take that, I wanted to take that kind of design motif and then utilize like really that to give us our sort of grand scale, but also to very much give us still those windows that we can slot in our stained glass. Or in the case of here, I'm experimenting with even having it just look out to an actual fake open sky. However, off stream, as I was experimenting with this, I was finding that I couldn't really get this open fake sky to look quite as nice as I would like it to, in short. I'm not saying it will I won't 100% use it, but it wasn't really working out the way I was hoping it would, due to the way that lighting works, where like it ends up getting really shadowed because it's kind of so hidden behind the pillars. And that shadow is kind of like a giveaway of of the fact that it's not really like a big open skybox. And so I think I'm leaning more heavily on just the stained glass, because the stained glass has a very interesting property where it basically is always glowing. And I do think that that's actually really cool from the sake of Heaven's perspective, which is that it's sort of always bright and it's always sort of daytime sunny almost. Even though technically the light that shines through the stained glass will change colors. It changes from yellow during the daytime to a bluish tint at nighttime, like moonlight. But still, the fact that it's always brightly illuminated as windows, even at nighttime, is very cool. And I think it will allow us to kind of keep that like lightness and brightness up in heaven. And then it'll make a really nice contrast when we go down to hell halfway through the night and switch the lights off and like basically go down into our hellscape. I think it will have like a much more dramatic effect if we can really sell the idea that we're like basically like daytime partying in the clouds up in heaven, and then switching to like sort of nighttime fiery darkness and stuff down for hell, right? So yeah. What do you guys think so far? I know I've been talking for a little while now. And at least, I don't know, maybe hopefully the stream didn't crash or anything. I haven't seen people saying much. Curious, what are you guys' thoughts so far? Anyone have any questions and stuff? Amphi, welcome back to the stream as well. Hi. Hello, hello. It's a nice idea for what you're going for. Perfect, yeah. Will the light from the fireplace stay? Yeah, it is kind of a neat look too, right? That kind of like rim glow all the way around. In short, the original plan was to actually not have it visible, because just the way it would sit within the stair area. Originally, I actually kind of thought this is going to be the base, you know? So to give you an idea, I was testing this. This is not the actual dance floor, but it's the perfect height to showcase what I mean, right? But like, if there's a fake floor, it would be like that. And then it would be, you know, across the whole thing here. And so then it would just be the pillars as the height. But actually, I was thinking the same thing, which is that it does actually look pretty cool, having that glow, or even like utilizing maybe at least a single layer of this going all the way around. So, in short, I'll have to experiment. When I actually push it up through the floor, I definitely want to experiment around with seeing how the layers work together and what looks the best, I think. Which is going to be an absolute floating nightmare. But, you know, it's okay. We're putting in the hard work to make something really special. So, you know. Oh, here we go. You can start seeing the god rays coming in. See, like that, right? So then we can, I feel like, imagine that like a lot of these window slots that I've created all have the stained glass, right? And then it'll like have this like God rays shining in all around you. And I think that will very much have that kind of like, oh, you know, heaven vibe. Oh, and another detail. So I was actually just working on this before stream started too. There's the this sort of circular cutout thing, right? Where I noticed as I was looking at the Roman and Greek architecture that they continually had this pattern where they would have their columns and stuff in a row, you know, and then they would have these verandas or like, you know, areas that would jut out, and they would always be these sort of half circles. There was always this kind of circular motif that would just kind of pop up and get pushed out of walls and stuff. And so I saw actually a piece of concept art where they used that, and they had kind of like stairs that led up to this sort of throne area. And I thought, oh wow, that's actually a great idea for having our DJ stand. So getting in that very iconic looking circular design pattern, and then maybe building out using some stairs like the new marble, the circular marble partitions to make like a stairwell that kind of walks up to that. Or even maybe just the marble alcove beds, right? And have us walk up to it, and then have our priest or angel or whomever is the DJ and however they're representing themselves, they can be standing here and leading the dance party. So, yeah. And Mia, or sorry, not Mia, Maggingway, won't it drop your FPS? Possibly. But part of it is this is also something they already had in their club. So, like they already had the whole dance floor was completely encased in stained glass. In fact, before the stained glass was actually showing even more, I think. So we'll have to see how this works. As I mentioned earlier too, I'm not certain that I will slot every single window with stained glass windows actually. This is, like I said, I was experimenting with the idea of some of them being stained glass and some of them actually looking out to what would be like a fake skyline. Although, again, I was having trouble due to the spacing of all this stuff of getting that skyline really looking natural, and the phasmascapes were a little bit too short. Because I know someone probably will say, "Well, you were using phasmascapes up top." Yes, phasmascapes are not out of the question, but you can kind of see how there's the slit right there, right, for the phasmascape, like where you get the blue sky. And you see how it's not quite tall enough. So we could do some design trickery where we have like, you know, a fence here, or maybe the stair railing, and then have ivy dropping from the top, which I might even do even if we don't use phasmascapes. But that was the issue that I kind of had with the phasmascapes was it was going to be kind of tricky to get them to look really natural. But again, it might be something where for the certain specific cutouts here, maybe we'll use a phasmascape. I'm still experimenting with how to get the windows here really looking really nice. But yeah, that's kind of that's kind of where I'm going with that, right? We want to make sure that this view looks especially grand, because this is sort of the key view, right? This is similar to Prominence's thing where you turn the corner, and there's the turn the corner moment, right? Where you go here and you go bada boom, and then you're like, oh wow, and you have this impact moment where you get to see the full scale of this thing. And Brendan NYC, I'm glad you're liking the new column motif, right? Yeah. I've been playing around a lot with trying to figure out how this can work. And that's also true, yeah, Aramore. Yeah, I mean, in some sense, the light being calculated is probably not the biggest problem if the club caps out, which Eluded Ecstasy is the sort of club that probably will cap out. So it might be more of like an issue of loading all the people. But I don't know. I think it's a balance, right? I think if for some reason it's like tanking everyone's computers, I guess we could always think about adjusting stuff. But I think it will be okay. I would rather not compromise the design initially, you know, and trust that like this is part of the reason why Square Enix has some of those things in place where it's like, oh, you know, fish tanks can't overlap, or certain items you can only have X amount of them. So the fact that there is no cap on stained glass windows, I think means that it's probably not too much of a crazy issue. I think, question mark. I'm not a game dev for them though, so I don't know. But yeah, you know, we'll see how it works out. Ineffable, thank you so much for resubscribing. Currently on a 4-month streak. Thank you so much. Glad to have you here, or continue to be here. And okay, so you know, here's another thing I wanted to point out, right? So actually, the right side of this is actually a previous version versus the left side. So this, again, sort of like just walking you guys through the whole thought process of all this. Oh yes, Ife. Yes, Ineffable. This is indeed going to be the new Eluded Ecstasy Heaven area. This is me working on the new dance floor area, and I'm working on it in the basement because then I'm gonna push it up through the floor. And it's, you know, gonna be floating in a similar space like how Prominence is. Yeah. So I wanted to show you guys me doing that, since I know a lot of people, like, I've explained how I did. I think I've verbally kind of mentioned how I did this at Prominence, but here you can actually kind of see me doing this. And so I think this is another good look into, like, so just to give you an idea of like what has gone into me even arriving at this point, right? It was like, so I blocked out the whole area downstairs here to match the upstairs area by using fake like these and stuff to block out and give us a map, right? Like give a floor plan that matches the upstairs. So that way I know that these are all either sitting on top of the stairwell banister, or they are just in front of it. And I might even nudge them in a bit more to ensure that they're super in front of it, right? But that was, yeah, I spent quite a bit of time just making sure that I had that blueprint down here in the basement accurate to the upstairs. So that way I didn't have to keep running back and forth between it, like adding markers everywhere. That way I have like effectively a fake upstairs, downstairs. And then now I can just build in this space, put like a ton of layers down here, and then float the layers up layer by layer at a time and build out the dance floor that way. So, you know, biggest layer is the overall structure of the dance floor here. And that really involved me, first of all, just filling in the rough blueprint by taking, you know, these and just putting them down. And initially they were much more spaced out, right? So like it was like this, where we had much bigger windows, right? So you see here on the right side, I said, this is the earlier version where there were much bigger windows. And in fact, like these were flipped around. So it was like this. Like that, right? So this is also like a very nice look. I mean, I don't think this looks bad by any means. But then, you know, I started playing around with like, okay, so how can we take this, you know, this pattern and stuff and make it more interesting, right? And so as I was like building this out, I started adding in a couple extra columns and stuff. And then I thought, you know, what if I just tried it? What if I just tried flipping this one of these around so that it breaks up instead of just 3 in a row, which looks a little bit plain, right? If we flip these around, how does that look? And oh, wow, okay. That actually adds like a nice little touch to that. And then even when it comes to like the corner here, instead of just having it be blocked off like here, a right angle, which I think in this case might work because of the way the stairwell works, potentially. But over here, I thought, oh, why don't we just curve it a little bit, right? Like just have a little bit of like a corner, slanted corner, just so it feels a little bit more capped off, and a little bit more custom, you know? Again, just trying to break away from just having a super obvious big box, you know? So then that's kind of how that part came about. And then the big thing here too was like, as I was experimenting with open windows, I started just like, let's see, let me show you, right? So I have like the open window stuff, and I kind of wanted to try creating like a full 360 sky all the way around, right? With just like a giant skybox all the way around. But just the way that the fake or the actual built-in walls work here, right? I can't move these walls. I mean, I can literally down here, but when I'm upstairs, these are immovable. So you can't put, you can only really put like stage panels, and you can only put them about that far back, right? Before they get hidden by the wall. And often fake skyboxes use white screens to really help with the gradient, I think. But the problem with this is that the way that they'll have to be pushed in order to show, they'll pop through the floor here, right? And this is potentially an issue. So I don't know if this is going to work because I'm not exactly sure how high these would get floated. And this was something I've been working through, is trying to figure out, you know, what can I do that lets this still all layer together properly. But the problem here was I started realizing that I'm a little bit limited as to how I can build this thing out. And when I started experimenting with like, okay, well, what if I want to slot the stained glass in like they originally had? Then these windows start becoming a little bit too big. They're a little bit too big, and even with the fake skybox, they run into an issue of with the windows so big, there's a lot more that you'd have to hide, which could be an issue. And so that's where I kind of evolved it into this, where the windows are a lot more narrow. And so therefore, you only get little peeks out at the sky outside, and it really nicely slots in the stained glass, right? And so that's kind of where the whole design evolved now, where all the windows are much more narrow. But I'm not 100% sold on them needing to all be that narrow. But that's kind of where I'm at right now, right? Where I'm trying to experiment with like, what's the most interesting pattern that we can create here, but that also doesn't handicap ourselves too much, or, you know, tie us in a corner of what we can do. So yeah. Oh yeah, so I'm glad you're liking the recessed. The recessed pillar does definitely work, Amphi. I'm glad you like it. And hello from Japan. Hi. Akarin, is that you? I'm guessing. Or is this a different someone from Japan? Oh, first time chatter? Saisa. Sizer 1202. Ohayou gozaimasu. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so that's kind of okay. So this is where I'm at right now, right? Oh, and then I put some couches down because I figured, you know, we want some seating area around the dance floor, right? Saiza, are you? Is this Akarin, or is this a different? Are you someone else? I only ask that because I know very recently Akarin was having some issues with her account. So I know I wasn't sure if this is yet another new account or if this is, again, a totally different person. Whew. So yeah, anyway, that catches, I think, most everybody up now to where we're at, where I'm also, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we're gonna slot everything in here and how we want to do this. So, and then we gotta push all this crap up through the floor and see how it looks. Which, hopefully, these items are fairly chunky, so I think they float a whole lot better than having to float a bunch of stage panels. Right? But we'll have to see how that goes. Also, I guess worth taking a look at right now is how do stage panels or white rectangular partitions, how would that potentially work up top, right? So if we are up top here, if we imagine that dance floor is now basically on top of this or just in front of it, like here, right? Then all of our fake skybox and anything else would have to just basically be positioned on here, going around this edge, right? Just outside of the banister here, right? And so where does that leave us, right? We have to then think about this whole thing like this, right? So this can be like that. So that is actually doable, potentially, right? Like putting white screens like all the way along here, and then all the way over here, and on this side too. And then we can have our fake sky. As long as we make sure that all of our columns and stuff like that really probably sit like just exactly on this line, or even like just inside the line here. And then that way, they can really be sure to hide this thing jutting out over here. Cause yeah, I do really think it'd be nice to have that open sky and not have it be completely encased in the stained glass. The stained glass is a very nice look, but I do think it'd be really cool if we could really capture the open skybox look. I think it'd be a super nice touch. That would really, you know, mwah, like chef's kiss this whole thing, right? So. So Saiza-san does some really beautiful builds on JP. We'll love to see it. Glad to have you here. The bamboo build with the porch. Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait. Oh, that's you. Caesarea. Is that you? Oh my goodness. Is this the one and the same? My goodness, I'm a big fan of your work. And no problem. Oh, wow. Okay, well, yes, I'm a big fan of many of your builds. You did, okay, I'll try to make sure I speak a little bit slower. I know sometimes I speak a bit fast. I get it now. Yes, I do get it now, Alora. I'm sorry. I just wasn't sure, you know? So this is, like, I love it. We're having some more, friends from, JP coming to hang out. So, Saiza, you did the Made in Abyss build, I think, recently, right? The giant pit, the big, like, what is it? Yeah, the pit city, right? as well, a bunch of stuff. Honestly, I mean, I think I've followed or bookmarked and liked many of your things. You have some incredible concepts. Okay, so let's see, what are we doing next? So, you know what? I think I need to try floating some of these up, and just to see how they end up above the stairwell. I'm very curious what this actually ends up looking like when they're actually floated up. If, assuming that they're here at this, using this as the marker, where does that put them? I think I actually need to nudge all of this stuff 1 grid snap or 2 grid snaps in more, because I think it's too wide right now. It's going to be just on top of the stair banister, and I need it to be a little bit shrunken in. So, and I will say, actually, this is a very good opportunity to remember to slow down when I'm speaking, to make sure that it's easier to hear what I'm saying. Pro tip that I was told by a colleague when I was, rehearsing for some business presentations at my corporate job. This very wise colleague told me, when you're speaking publicly and on stage, speak slower than you think you need to. So to you, it'll sound like you're talking almost in like a little bit like slow motion. But the reality is, if you speak slower, intentionally slower, what happens when you're actually performing for people or on stage is usually you end up speeding up quite a bit the way you talk, because you're nervous or you're just excited. And so if you talk a little bit slower than you think you're supposed to, what that results in is you're actually probably speaking just normally and very clearly on stage. And so there's like a pro tip for anyone who has to give like presentations and stuff. And I think that that's something that I need to keep in mind when we are talking about even streaming and stuff here, because I know sometimes, my brain is going a million miles an hour, and I will probably just like start going like rambling like really fast. And I know that that is probably then a little bit tricky at times to keep up with and track, as a viewer. So I would rather speak slower, so that way everybody can follow what I'm saying. And also so that even our friends who are elsewhere in the world can have an easier time following along with what I'm doing. Oh, this is so nice. These float very well. Okay. Okay, so here's like something again that I did at Prominence, where sometimes you gotta float these up just to test where they're going to end up, and then not rotate them if you need to adjust their location horizontally, right, on the X and Y axis. Because if you rotate them, then they'll be floated up, and you won't be able to see the big picture of them downstairs here, right? And really what I want to achieve here is I want to have basically the entire concept of the dance floor all laid out, so I can see it all together down here, and then push it all up from there. That way everything is aligned. And the big issue here is that once it goes through the floor here, it's going to run into all the staircases and everything, especially in the back area here. So like if there's anything that we want to float here, right, it's going to run into the staircase being here. And that will make it very, very difficult to float stuff and to position stuff. You literally just can't place it down like on top of the stairwell very well. And by putting it in the basement first, we can lay out the whole pattern and then push it all the way up, you know? So here we go. It's gonna snap through the floor. We're gonna take this and move it back to our inventory. I'm gonna go upstairs now, and this will be sitting on the ground floor here. This is how I did it at Prominence too, right? So there it is, now it's sitting on the ground floor. And now we can see where it is in relation to the stair banister here. And I think as I was guessing, it is too far out, right? It's a little bit too far out. We'll try floating it all the way up just to see how it works, but I think it's too much. It needs to be pushed back. Or rather, it needs to be pulled inward. So... And we don't need to float the whole floor up, right? Really right now what we're just testing is how do these layers all work together? Boop, boop, boop. Okay. I know. Floating stuff, I sometimes have to go a little bit silent because I just need to concentrate to make sure that I don't accidentally click stuff that I don't mean. And that's going to be especially important for this build because if I accidentally return one of these things to inventory, it's going to be all misaligned, and especially if a lot of the layers are already floated, that could be a real problem to get it realigned properly. Okay, so here's an example, right? So this is what I'm going with this, right? Where trying to figure out how does this interact with the staircase. See, this is a problem right there. Oh, right there. This is not good, right? We don't want this. That's bad. So this is a reason why we want to bring all of this in at least one grid snap, because we don't want to see this. This looks like a mistake, right? But here's also a good chance to test out. So if we have our fake dance floor, or sorry, our fake floor, right? We're going to use like this. Ah, see, now here we go. So how does this look, right? Originally, the plan here was to have the columns basically matching along this line, right? And I think, let's see, let's go up here a little bit more. Am I already at tilt camera 100? There we go. A little bit higher up. Okay, so see, here we go. So now this is the new height of our I guess fake ceiling, right? So how does this feel to be on this dance floor? Let's extend this a little bit more. There we go. Okay, very, very, very rough, but we get the idea, right? So we're parting out here. Okay, so now I think maybe are the dots connecting up here, right? Right? Hopefully the dots are all connecting, and we can start seeing how this pattern could build out all the way around here, right? All the way around the stair banister. And again, if we pull these all in a little bit, then we won't even see the very Hingen-looking stair banister. We will only see our marble-looking structure. And so this does raise a point, though, where so should these pillars be lowered to sit somewhere with the marble, the beds here? Should we lower this down at all, or basically how high should this go? Right, is a question we want right now. Originally, I was thinking that the gold trim here is here. It sits right on the dance floor, right? And that it would create a natural sense of a foundation, right? That this gold trim here is the foundation, and then the pillars come up out of that. But possibly to have a more grand look, we can actually use the full height of these things and actually do this, right? What we have here, where there is a bit of like almost like a wall all the way around. So, Carowin, oh yeah, pull out the glow sticks. I would pull out the glow sticks if I had them on this character, but this is my alt, and unfortunately I do not have them. I can do a slash dance though. There we go. There we go. We're clubbing. We're clubbing now. How does that feel, right? So I guess another thing worth noting is, you know, if we lower these windows down, right? Well, first of all, if we lower this down, then I think you'll see the railing though, and this is again this breaks from the aesthetic that we're going for here. So you'll see the railing poking through the windows, basically, which could be used to our advantage, but I think it probably is more detrimental than it is helpful. So I would rather, if anything, push these things all up farther and then actually even float these just off the ground. And I checked the minimum float height for the marble alcove beds, and it's actually only 1.5 wooden lofts. So these can actually we could actually float the marble alcove beds like just up here, you know. So let's actually do that. Why not even? We can even test this out right now, right? So let's see here. We'll move this over here. Oh. Well, maybe we can leave one of these as a marker so we understand the height, right? So I'm gonna nudge these up even a little bit further so that they're above the stairwell or the stair banister. There we go. See? Now, as long as we... Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. The camera's going crazy. As long as... there we go. I'm so sorry, everybody. Weird things with the camera here. As long as we move all of our fireplaces here forward by at least a grid snap or two, we can cover up this part right here, right? And now at least this part is all completely invisible, which now raises the point of we still actually have a lot of roof space, right? So we actually have still another couple grid snaps here of roof area to play with. So we could even raise these up higher, and we could have the marble, this marble floating up off the ground. Let's try floating this. It should be pretty simple to float. Oh, I need to nudge it off the ground first. There we go. I think it will pretty quickly... Oh, I am not hitting the midpoint, so I need to go closer. There we go. One, and honestly, I think it's like a half. Like it's already there. Might even stick already. There we go. Look at that. Look how low that floats to the ground. So you can see here, right, where we can actually float our dance floor just a hair up off the ground, and it is fine, right? So this is where I'm saying we can actually raise the floor up to meet the height of our walls and stuff here, right? So here's the original thought that I had. The original plan was to do this and have the marble be right at the edge of this gold trim. Right, so I'm gonna go one more snap up. Okay. And there, do you see how now the marble, boom. I'm gonna, again, this is very, very rough, so it's gonna not look super accurate, but you'll get the idea, right? Okay, so do you see though? You can imagine if all of these were all floated up as well and it was completely seamless, so we wouldn't see these big gaps here. But you can see how this could create a very clean look, right? Where it just looks like these pillars are just sitting on effectively the floor and we just have these big windowed cutouts, you know? So this is the alternative to having an extra amount of the fireplace showing that would represent like a wall, raising it up. It'd be like pillars or a dance floor, a low wall all the way around the dance floor, and then pillars on top of that, as opposed to dance floor and then lined all the way around with pillars that are sort of sitting on the ground. But I think from a design perspective, this looks rather nice, where it is very nicely trim in this way that I have it here, where you have the gold trim as a base and as a top for the whole building, you know? So this way it's very, it looks it's just like, you know, I mean, like here, right? Like the Hingen stuff, right? There's a baseboard, and then there's like a crown molding, right? A ceiling molding. And that transition point where you have the wallpaper, but then there's a transition point between wallpaper to ceiling and wallpaper to floor. I think this is very standard for, well, basically any kind of architecture you see anywhere, except for maybe extremely minimal modern architecture. But very classic architecture always has these crown moldings and transition points. And I think that's something that this pattern really stands out to me in that way, right? Where you have those two transition points. Also, just catch up here a little bit on Saiza, thank you so much for the follow. Arigato. Arigatou gozaimasu. And Gucci, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you very much both for those follows, and welcome to the stream. I'm glad to have you here. I hope you're enjoying the stream. And oh yeah, right, Mia, emotes not being account wide is definitely pain. Like, it would be nice if some of the emotes, like glow sticks for example, were account wide, similar to the whale mount and many of the mounts actually, right? That would be so nice. And yes, Amphi, this is the male Vieira dance. Have you never seen the male Vieira dance? The bass dance is this goofy little jig. It's kind of amazing, actually. Look at that sass with that little finger snap at the end too. Like, you know, just like, wait, hold on. I'm tilt camera too high. There we go. Here we go. For your viewing pleasure. Well, bam. Don't say I never did anything for you. Oh, this tilt camera is a little bit too crazy right now. Let's see. I see. So Carowin was saying earlier too. You like the higher ceiling idea, and having kind of that wall look around. And I get that. I totally get how this is something I've been struggling with here, with the whole idea that this is also in heaven. Is the idea that you do kind of want the height. You want the grand aspect of that. And I do like that is something where when I was in the side rooms here, actually, that was one of the things I was noticing, right? Is that it feels like you're in a very enclosed box here, and it kind of loses some of that grand epicness that I feel like when people think about heaven, they think it's very wide and very tall and very open, right? And I think that was something where being in here, you're bound by the house walls. And that was a big reason though why I wanted to bring us out here, where this space could be much more grand looking in its scale, right? And yes, that also, Zanny, correct too. Raising the floor also means that, as we pointed out here, white screens, right? If we wanted our white screens to do the fake window, there they go. It slots just beneath the dance floor. See that? So now, even if we pull this out from the wall, oh, sorry, I need to drink some water in a second here. But you can see, right? If we pull this out from the wall, there it goes. Beautifully layered right below the dance floor, so you won't even see that it juts out, but we can still get the full curvature of this, right? Which could help us make our fake exterior skyline. So this being said, if the dance floor is raised to this height, you could argue that we still actually do have room in theory to raise these all up another couple snaps to still get that little wall that runs the whole way around. And so that is actually something where once I get these positioned horizontally speaking, right, X and Y axis, once they're locked in position, we can always continually experiment with their height, pushing them all up or pushing them all down. And so that won't be an issue. The main thing right now is just getting the main problem, if there was a problem, is this. We need to get rid of this. So this tells me that everything that I have laid down on the bottom floor needs to come in at least one grid snap, if not two. I'm actually leaning towards 2 grid snaps. Just because if we shrink the space a little bit more, we might even have like 1 or 2 slots open up window-wise. Although that being said, we need to make sure that because it's a dance floor, and because it needs to have potentially a completely sold-out crowd, right? We need this space to be big enough that it can host a sold-out crowd here, and then still also be able to like transition them all down to hell, which is its own challenge that we'll be getting to. But I think once we get this part working and playing nicely together, it will really set the tone for like everything else to follow. So, oh, see? So here's another thing, right? Where I was talking about how we need to keep in mind that purgatory does exist down here. And if this is our fake floor, then it can only really go up to about here, which is actually something I don't have accounted for down below. So let's see what happens. Okay, so if I mark this out and I say, if I want at least this much space for purgatory, actually, in fact, let me mark this better. Okay. For anybody who doesn't know, pro tip, quick and easy way to see between floors, spacing-wise, is use the way markers, right? And use the numbers. If you use the letters A, B, C, D, they're circles, which is a lot like harder to understand where edges of stuff are. So if you use all the numbers, then you get a nice square. And if you want to be really precise, you should use bathroom tiles. And I'll show you that, why I say that. Where's the bathroom tile? I'm sure I have one in here. So if you really want to be precise, then you use bathroom tiles and you do it like this. And I'll show you why when we go downstairs. because this also persists through this can also poke through the floor. But the way markers are just really fast. And if you don't even have bathroom tiles, you can use way markers, right? So here we go. Way markers on either side of these corners to tell us where purgatory actually will end up being. Now let's go down here, back down to where we have our dance floor laid out, and look up. Okay, see, so this is not accounted for, right? Where this is actually, if we push this up to the floor, this is now blocking the door. Or this won't be blocking the door because this will be floating above the door. But if we wanted the dance floor here, right? The marble beds, they're going to be pushed up only a bit off the floor, and that will block. This is the entranceway. This is the doorway right here. So we need to figure out either a way to have a dance floor upstairs for this front section that doesn't use marble alcove beds, or we figure out a way to shrink this down a little bit and make this have the space for purgatory, basically. So, you know, this is why I laid this out the way that I did, because it allows us to try to get a full picture of all the pieces kind of interacting with each other, you know? So, does the house allow you to remove the chandelier and just not have one? You cannot. Unfortunately, you have to have a chandelier and wallpaper and everything. The best you can do is you can change the chandelier to something that's very small. So you can, for example, change it to like the Riviera or the Oasis pendant light. Or you could use the gold saucer chandelier, which is very, very tight up to the ceiling. Like it has a very low profile. And that's probably one of the best ones where if you want to have a fake ceiling and a chandelier to kind of just like disappear above the ceiling, then you can do that. But yeah, you can't completely remove it. And oh my gosh, wait, they're talking about the option to hide the pillars. They were talking about in the last live letter. That would be actually fucking incredible. That'd be amazing. Hide the pillar, like hide the stairs and stuff too. Like honestly, quite honestly, I almost am like, dude, just gut the whole, like for the upstairs of a large, gut the whole thing out. Just give me a fucking gigantic box, right? Like rip out the bottom, the basement floor can still stay the basement, but like give me the whole like the middle floor and the upper floor, and take out all of the pillars and all of the stairs and everything, and just give me a huge box, like a gigantic box up there. Like, can you imagine what we could do with a just a simple gigantic box? I mean, that would just completely revolutionize housing, you know? And that, like, sizes, like their build, right? Like, imagine the scale of some of the builds, like that garden, you know, scape, if it was unbounded by the pillars and the stairs and all that stuff, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it would be just incredible, the scale you could get. Yeah, they noted that Shirogane has hard pillars to design with. Right, and that's like the big thing is, you know, okay, even if you can't get rid of the pillars, at least let us change the default housing skin. Because like, yeah, like the problem is that this all looks so Asian, which is perfect if you want to make an Asian build, but like this, right? Like, it's just like, what am I supposed to do with this unless I'm very specifically building a Japanese temple, basically, right? Like if it's not some kind of Hingen Kugane, straight out of Kugane looking build, then like what am I supposed to do with this pillar? The only option would be to hide it, unless I want to have disjointed design elements, right? So, at the very least, let me reskin the inside of my house just like I can reskin the outside. Let me put in the Gridania pillars or walls or something, right? Like that would by itself be amazing. Just that. Oh, and yeah, who decided to leave the doormat thing? Like, this stuff? Arguably, the stones is not too bad, but like, this stuff is kind of like, why? Like, again, if you're literally taking this at face value and saying, I bought a Hingen house, so I'm making a Hingen build, then okay. Even then, there's problems, but like, because like, what if you want a wood entryway, right? Like, why can't I change this to maybe wood or something, right? Like, what is the, I'm blanking on the name. There is a name for the entryway, the Japanese foyer, where you, I even brought this up on an FFXIV stream before. Genkan. A Genkan area, right? Where it's like the, there, Ray's got it. Yeah, and I Googled it like a split second before you typed it, but like, yes, you're spot on, Ray. The Genkan area, right? So, but it often isn't stone. It's often like got some kind of like maybe wood or something there. But yeah, it'd be nice if this wasn't this way. There are several things, right? There's just several things where I hope that they figure out a way to let us swap the interior walls and also let us change a few more things around, Same thing here too, right? This is another big example of like, this trim is very beautiful, but it's also so Asian. So again, for Asian builds, absolutely incredible. For everything else, good luck, right? And that's tricky. And I think it's Hugo9. Is it Hugo? I hope I'm pronouncing that correct, but I think Hugo9. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Is it Hugo or Hugu? Help me with the pronunciation, as always. If I mispronounce anybody's name, please just let me know. I will happily correct it. Carolyn, oh, you're having the same problem? Yeah, right? Like, oh shit, I even realized Amphi even said Genkan like earlier. Damn, Amphi knows her Japanese. Nihongo wakarimasu. What is Nihongo Jozu? Is that's the meme, or like saying your Japanese is so good, but it's kind of like also saying your Japanese is like still not great. But I apologize if that's not actually the case, but I think that's the kind of running joke of like, when you're in Japan and you're learning Japanese and you're like good enough that you can kind of speak Japanese, then you get Nihongo Jozu, where it's like, oh, Nihongo Jozu, and it's like the polite way for them to be like, wow, I understand what you're saying, but it's still not great. You know what I mean? Or like, that's kind of what that ends up actually landing as. And so some people like take it as almost like an offense thing, where they're like, shit, like I've been like practicing so much about my pronunciation and like, learning, Nihongo, and but then I get Nihongo Jozu, and then they're like, ah, shit. Okay, I guess I'm not that good. I still sound like a foreigner, or I have like a lot of accent or something. Professional weeb there, NBD. That you are, Amphi. I salute you. I would Nihongo give you the Nihongo Jozu. see. Oh yeah, and the new Ishgard walls are pretty nice for sure. Yeah. It would be, yeah. Well, that's cool. That is cool to know that they're actually talking about that. Because I legitimately just thought it would be something that they just kind of said, we can't, it's the way it's coded, we can't do it. It's just not possible. So I fully expected that to be the case. And I guess if it's not, then that's kind of awesome. Okay, but shit, what are we gonna do here? So we have a choice to make, right? Because we have to figure out how we can create a unified looking dance floor. And I really wanted to keep it to be the whole space upstairs, but that's not gonna work because right there, this is our entryway and we can't have the marble alcove beds. If anybody here has an idea of, so what else, does anything else have a very big marble top that isn't super tall, right? And what I mean by this is, right? So this, right, has that really nice marble top here, but it's literally the entire height of a floor. So if we're pushing it up and using it as a fake dance floor, it will literally tie up the entire floor below it, which cannot work right here, because you can imagine this is where the entryway is, right? So flagstone lofts dyed white, that is an oh yeah, that would be an option. How does this look? Okay, that's definitely right. That is definitely better than most options that I've looked at before. I feel like it doesn't quite have the cleanliness look, that heaven is like the pristine. You know, like how this is all not rough cut stone. It's like extremely precisely cut stone. But like in a pinch, I could see how this would absolutely work. I wonder if there's a way if we dress up the edges here, so it's at least like not so jagged on the edges, maybe it will appear, because right now it's what I mean by that is this edge right here, these edges are very rough, right? But once we, put them all next to each other, and if we seal them in a way, right, where you can't see this edge, I do feel like it will look more uniform. But do you see what I'm saying though, where I'm not sure if this sort of natural cut stone, I'm not sure what is the cobblestone? Is this the right term for this? Is this a cobblestone road? But do you know what I mean? Where like compared to how we have our current bit of the dance floor, I really, again, we're trying to like really lock into that heavenly vibe, and I think that's where I was going, where you have that extremely precision looking thing, right? I think that's something texture wise, that's very heaven-like, right? Where everything's very precision milled almost. Let's see. Danny's saying have different flooring there. I mean, it's the DJ area above the front door, then transition to the dance floor with the beds and stuff. Right, true. Yeah, so you could argue that this area is the dance floor for the plebes, the lesser angels. And then this area right here is the like VIP God throne area for the archangels and the main man himself, Jesus, and his entourage, or her ? Given that it's Amelia's club, so maybe Amelia is stand-in Jesus. The only thing for that though is that like this would be a humongous DJ area. right? Like it would take up like half the dance floor. Arguably, we could just truncate this and make the DJ area just like right here, and the whole area would just get shrunken in a bit more, right? Like perhaps if we are raising all of the marble up here, then in a way, instead of having like such a narrow entranceway here, perhaps it just opens up quite a bit more, quite a bit faster over here. Yeah. That is an option. That is an option. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Oh, time to lurk to do homework before a raid, says Carolyn. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks for coming by, though. I mean, I guess you're still here, but good luck with that homework and stuff. For sure. Good luck. Oh, I see. Doing your homework before the raids, as in learning the raids. Well, good luck on the raiding. I do know a lot of people do raiding on Thursdays. Okay, so here's another thing, actually. Yeah, I guess we want to make sure that we have enough room to make a dance floor. I do think that a level change is what we're going to end up going for, just to make it feel natural that the ground would transition. Another question to ask is, does Purgatory really need to even be very big at all? Like, if it really only needs a greeter stand, then, 99% of the time people are inside the club, they won't even be at Purgatory, right? So really, if it's just like this, and you even pull this in even more to give us more dance floor space above, let's see, where do we load in? Let's double check where we actually load into Shirogane, because every housing ward, where you load in from the door is different, which is, don't ask me, I don't know why that is, but that's another interesting thing to account for when you're housing. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna load back in. Shiro loads closest to the door, though. Oh, good. Okay, good. I haven't memorized where all the load points are, so. Oh man, that's so nice. Wow. Okay, that's actually kind of amazing. Cause I know, like in Goblet and stuff, you get launched like way in here or something, which would be a big issue. So, okay, so the fact that you basically load on at the front of this stone here. Okay, so this means, yeah, we really can like pull this in quite a bit, and we could even say like this, right, where you load. And I mean, frankly, Purgatory doesn't, again, need to be very big. I would argue we could potentially go like this, even. Maybe even more, like this. Because this doesn't have to be this big too. This could just be a little tiny counter. Or I think we talked about having a confessional booth. So just having the confessional booth alone, or like a little church setup or something like that here, is really all we need to just convey the idea that this is the waiting room. And then we got to have them transition over this way, I think, to go up to heaven. But like, yeah. I mean, okay, another option I did play with was the idea that you just come here and you just jump, and then you just, boom, you just like land in heaven. But I think, again, because of the way we want to do the dance floor here, it's probably not going to work like that. And I didn't like the idea of people just popping up out of nowhere in the middle of the dance floor. I liked, it would be kind of magical, like heaven, but I like the idea of them popping up here into sort of like a welcome to heaven arrival zone, and they get to do the walk here, the walk of fame, and then like walk into here, and then they get to walk onto the dance floor. So I think, let's see, where does this put us, right? If we have Purgatory moved forward a bit like that, how does that feel? I mean, that's pretty good. That is, I mean, even though it's only a little bit forward, this is believable that this area could be the stage area, right? And then we can have the marble. I mentioned before that I'm arcing the stage area, so part of the depth of this area could be explained by the fact that this part like arcs over here, and that could also represent why there's a level change, right? That it's the steps leading up to the DJ area that I mentioned, because if we recall, we have this, right? We were going to work with this having the arc here, and the DJ is kind of standing here. So we could, if anything, maybe expand this to be even bigger, pull this whole area forward to about maybe here, which would save us a few pillars and stuff, right? Possibly have the dance floor just be, you know, this is now the middle of the dance floor, these two window cutouts, and then have the stage or this wall coming in here, and then that. Actually, I still think that'll be pretty decent sized dance floor. Also considering that there will be the raised stage area here. And then we'll have kind of like that tier look, right? So. And yes, correct, Danny, yeah. The little like entry welcome to heaven thing. That's, yeah, we're on the same page there. I think that's what I kind of wanted to repurpose that glowing hallway that they really liked. Although that being said, they did give me permission to potentially not have that. I think I'm still going to very much give them lots of glowy, pretty hallways to take pictures in. It may not be exactly in the same design pattern that they currently have. Partially because of the way that using those wooden slanted things are, you can't really float them, or at least I don't think there has been a way that has been discovered to float them. Correct me if I'm wrong, people. I know you can place them from storage up on some things, like you can place them on top of stairs and some other tricks and stuff, but these two, unless someone made a massive discovery, my understanding is we do not know how to float these off the ground, which is like one of the very few items that has been found to be unfloatable for some reason. So, but yeah. Okay, so I think now we're going to truncate, we're going to move all this stuff in. So all the walls move in by at least a grid snap, and then this whole front section basically almost needs to just come forward by like a whole couple grid snaps. And then we can figure out a raised platform area that utilizes a more narrow thing here. That is going to be tricky. We might be able to do it with a collection. Oh, wait, no, I know. I think I'm gonna maybe solve my own problem right now. I think what we can do is have the royal plotting tables, because I was going to be using these for other. So I was actually going to use this as like a ceiling and stuff, right? So I wanted to use this to. I think the wood ceiling needs to be hidden, right? So I'm going to be using and making like a custom ceiling where I use a bunch of these. And I also, you know, this will be a trim that kind of runs around even on the hallway over here, right? As well as actually probably forming the base of the hallway over here, or some level of it. And one could argue that right here, there's our level change right there, right? There is our stage and our level change. That would be about maybe there or something, right? I wish we could dye this part so it wasn't black, but that might be a case of using maybe some floor mats, or maybe we can figure out something else there. but I think that could be one way to do this, where it creates a really nice looking level change that has that kind of, you know, the look we're going for, and brings in design elements that we're going to be using elsewhere, like on the roof and over here in the stairwell. That's one way we could do it. Let's take a look here really quick. What do the tops of these look like? Right? Dyed white. No. A lot of these have a wood. The problem is a lot of these have like a very distinct wood texture. It looks like wood, and it doesn't look like marble or, you know, that really clean look that we're going for. This would be great, but we need to use like 50 of these. Yeah, if all we were building is heaven, I might even use that, you know, but since we need to remember, we have a whole second theme to build under. So we really should be budgeting about 150 slots for heaven. Oh, that's an idea, you know, is having like a pattern that breaks up maybe some of the stonework or something. Let's see. Honestly, you know, if we had to use just the wood surfaces, it's not the end of the world. I don't think anybody would super crazily ding us for that. But ideally, if we could find something that is, you know, cleaner, that really would be ideal. You know, oh, here's actually an idea. What if we could go really crazy and use like a bunch of these, right? The gold is a little bit of a different color gold, but maybe having like a whole bunch of these all interconnected with each other, that creates this sort of like, just like giant golden red stage. That's another way to look at it too. Yeah, see, and flooring mats with some really nice trim, right, could just be what we need. So even like this, right, using this as trim, and then putting some flooring mats on top just to really smooth it out. That might be the way to go, honestly. Just to, even though it is a little bit of a texture break, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of other good options. Oh, this could be nice too. That's kind of cool with, if you had this, where you get like the gold trim again, right? Like if you used several of these all paneled next to each other, then you could get like, I think, a really nice looking, you know, gold, almost like a tile looking thing happening. I might use that even if it's not for this area. This might come into play. Checkers. That'd be interesting. Like using a bunch of these all next to each other. Oh, never mind. The chairs come up higher than the table, so that's not gonna work. I really wish they could give us a loft. So you know how like they have the blank hanging, or the blank walls? I really wish they would give us a loft that you could apply the flooring to. So then you could, like, I want to use this. Like, I want to use like this flooring as a custom floor and float it up off the ground, right? That would be so incredible. I think people probably, you know, like, oh my god, yes, right? Like, can I get an amen, right? Like, that would just be so nice. Bum 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 bum. No. No. Dang, yeah. See, just nothing's really... Oh! That doesn't die, does it? I was gonna say, that'd be kind of cool if this could dye white. Oh, yeah, no. kind of leaning towards this as our trim. And then using like floorboards or something else to give the top. But like, I think it would be kind of nice to have these, just the sort of stonework again coming into play. Although it doesn't match this. It doesn't quite match this. But you know, I think this is forgivable, right? Like, and actually, okay, we wouldn't even be seeing it next to this, right? We'd be seeing it next to the gold potentially. So, possibly less of an issue if it's. Let's experiment here, right? So it'd actually be like that, right? Probably closer to like this, which is, yeah, that's less of an issue, I think. As long as, you know, because like when it's right next to the other white, then it's kind of weird, but like the white being up top here and then this being down here, I think it's kind of like splitting hairs, you know? Lighting will make it match. That's true too. So the thing though, Amphi, so a tricky part about Heaven is that it needs to be really bright feeling. And so I think the lighting kind of needs to be actually pretty high, like light levels. Actually, let's experiment with some of the windows here, right? Because the thing is, if you start getting too low light, it starts to get a little bit dreary looking. You see what I mean? I mean, that's actually kind of cool still. Maybe with enough custom lighting in here, like with enough lights around the dance floor and stuff, we could still illuminate it properly. But I think kind of Heaven should feel a little very like light, like this almost. So, yeah, that's something to keep in mind for sure. Where was I going with this? We need to, let's see here. What are these? Oh, curtains. It's curtains for you. Looks like a stage play. If anything, it'd go like that, right? Yeah, actually, we might use this. We might be able to use this in some place. Same thing with these other curtains. But, yeah, wait, where were we? We were trying to find a fake floor, and frankly, I don't... No shipping crates. What are these? This could be interesting, but I think it doesn't really fit with the super clean looking vibe of Heaven. Yeah. No. The half partitions? Tableware, foods, indoor furnishings, aquariums? Bunch of tops of aquariums? No. Nah, it's not gonna work. Miscellaneous. Let's look through here. Blah, 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 blah. No. Problem is a lot of the ones that have nice surface tops, just they're not that big. So... Book. Open book. Factory railing. What do the tops of these look like? Oh yeah, but that might be hard to layer those. Okay, sheep. You know, actually, that also would be an option, the combed wool rug. Like, if you can imagine, that actually, if you don't look really closely, that actually looks pretty good. Especially if you have like a bunch of people all dancing on top of this, right? If you had the royal plotting table as the trim, and then you just had this on top of it, just to kind of smooth it out and make it look a little bit more like the marble, with some other decorations and stuff, so that this is not the focal point. It's just like literally a surface that people are standing on top of, and it's only like for the stage area, not the dance floor. I actually think that, like there, see, you can barely tell, right? You can barely tell that it's textured, not like marble, if you do it like this. So this actually might be my solution, personally. Or carpets? That's another interesting way to do it. Look at that, like, just having a bunch of, because that's really clean. That's super clean looking. And just having like a bunch of carpets all lined up. That actually could work as well. These red carpets. A bed of flowers is another option. So because the flooring mats, to me, I feel like it's too wooden looking. You know what I mean? Where everything else is stone and marble and stuff. I really would try to keep all those textures and things feeling uniform if possible. I know I'm missing some chats, by the way. I'll read them in just a moment. So apologies if I'm oh, that's an interesting look you don't see used very often. Just a vat of white chocolate. Chocolate fountain. Look, white chocolate, free fondue, white chocolate in heaven. That's what heaven's all about, right? Like free fondue. It's chocolate for everybody, pouring out of the walls. It's like some Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory kind of thing, right? Gotta take off. Oh, I think Airmore probably you already left. If you're still here, have fun with your raid. Good luck. But thank you for coming. Yeah. With the Yomorin Divan working for flooring, or is that too cushiony? The bottom of the flagstone dyed white look kind of like clouds. IDK might have too much darker texture to it. Oh, interesting. So you're saying for the ceiling, right? You're talking about this, when it's dyed white, does kind of look like clouds. That's kind of a cool idea, yeah. That actually could be interesting outside of our fake window, right? So I think inside here, I want it to be sealed up because it'll be very it'll be very difficult to sell a totally fake blue sky inside here. But actually outside, you know, if you were like there, right? Like, that's actually an interesting idea about putting that as clouds out there. Like that. Oh, now we're onto something. That's kind of cool. Looks a little bit, I see what you're saying though, yeah. It's a little bit on the dark side where it looks almost a little bit like storm clouds. So for anybody who's building a stormy build though, that could be really cool. Like yeah, that's actually a really interesting observation, Teague. I'll have to keep that in mind. If you like, for a darker build, I think that could be really cool with a storm cloud looking thing going on. I think for this particular one, it might be a little bit too dark though. But no, that is a really cool idea. Free, oh my God, that's a mouth. Free floor fondue. Free floor fondue. Say that 10 times fast. Delicious free floor fondue. And Amphi here, by the way, this is the Yomorin divans, right? So we could see here if we tile them together. These could work, but they do appear like a little bit like cushiony. So it might end up looking like a gigantic couch, which, to be fair, I mean, I don't know that wouldn't belong in heaven. I mean, it does raise the idea. Yeah, that looks a little bit like, I don't know. It looks a little bit like an insane asylum, you know, where like the walls and the floors are all cushioned. Oh, there you go. Hey, there's an idea for the people who are making spooky builds for the upcoming spooky tour. There's your insane asylum floor right there. You just dye this white and you get some like other cushiony stuff for the walls, bam, you got an insane asylum floor. Oh, Alora, surely there's something you could do with this idea. Not to call you out, but absolutely to call you out. I feel like that should... Somehow that instantly feels like, oh, this is going to trigger something in Alora. It's going to awaken something. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, though? If this was all dyed white? And the bottom of the Yulmorn couches is all gold? True! This is also true. Or actually, is it most gold? It's a little bit brown. Yeah, so it's a little bit brown underneath in the middle. The only problem too here, right, is we got to keep in mind, if this was prominence and this was only heaven, then yes, I could do a little bit more extravagant things with the ceiling and some of the walls and stuff. But the problem is, we got to remember, we only really have like 150 slots up here to make this whole thing work, right? Because we still have hell to do. And so that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to think of, like, if I have to tile like 50 of something to create a look, it's not really going to work. It's not going to be worth the slots given the build requirements for this particular build, right? So something like having to make an entire ceiling here out of Yulmorn divans, I think would burn up too many slots, right? Versus, that's the reason, even though I know this is not the most matching looking thing, but it's close. It's close and it's humongous, so we can only use a handful of these things and cover the whole ceiling, right? Arguably, we could also use flooring mats or, you know, the same thing that we use for the, whatever it is over here, right? Combed wool rugs, for example. And I think there's an argument to be made that that could also be our fake ceiling as well. But that was the reason I was going for this. Was it's just humongous and it saves us slots, which means that we have more slots to make little details, you know, like dress up the dance floor, dress up the, you know, hell dance floor, and also make the transition points, right? Because we got to remember, we're not just making two dance floors floating in a void. It needs to be that, like, you know, we arrive in heaven somewhere and then walk over here, and then we also still need to get to hell. And, you know, and have purgatory as well. So there needs to be some level of slot efficiency, right? In order to achieve this effect and not go broke on slots. Unfortunately, that is a reality that is the case, given, again, the scope of this build. Let's see here. So what happens if we use the red carpets? So actually here's another, you know, efficiency moment of like, well, maybe if we say we want to use like the red carpets, this maybe now informs how wide this thing should be, right? So we talked about how, right? Oh, there, see like that, right? If this was all dyed white and we just nudge this over so you can not see the little gap. But then maybe this now informs, we said we have to snap these in, right? So maybe one snap, two snap, oh, that's actually quite a few snaps just to make that fit. But that would be potentially another thing to consider is using the size of these to determine how far we snap these things in so that we can save on some slots when we make the roof, right? Because, again, we have to think about this all in 3D space and how all of these pieces layer together. And if for example, we also need to pull the marble alcove beds, the fake dance floor, and pull them down here as well, and make sure that we don't have just like a single grid snap's worth of space left over, that there's a gap, right? Because we don't want to have to spend a whole extra 4 slots just to put in marble beds here, just to cover some tiny little gap where we could just pull all of the furnaces in. So yeah, I think though you're kind of probably seeing why I wanted to build down here and then push it all up to get, you know, after we kind of laid it all out. Because this would be an absolute nightmare to do with all the stairs and everything and the pillars and all that's in the way, you know? So, yeah. And yep, Zanny, yes, correct. We're doing a fake ceiling. So I think the troop stages, the problem with those would be they have too strong of a wood texture. Even if you dye them white, they have that very distinct wood grain. And I think to have those be the primary thing for our ceiling might not work. Versus having... I am actually very strongly leaning towards combed wool rugs. Because I think actually the texture underneath is not too bad. So that's not... Oh, that's not quite as bright as I thought it'd be. I'd actually rather almost have the... See how it's off-white? It's like a little bit darker white. And that's almost like using the royal plotting tables, but it's less slot efficient. So I am kind of leaning towards using the royal plotting table still. Just because, again, this is humongous and very slot efficient. And it has like a stone texture. So I think it can work. And it's just a matter of maybe layering it up a bit so that it looks a little bit... it doesn't look so super flat. You know what I mean? So... Okay, Momo came in late. What is the theme idea? So we're still working on the same theme from the previous streams, which is Eluded Ecstasy's Heaven and Hell theme. So we're building... This is me working on the heaven area. So we're trying to figure out the layout for heaven. Like a cathedral, sort of. Yes. Less of a cathedral and more of like a Roman palace. Roman Greek palace, right? Think Mount Olympus, right? That's what we're going for. Hercules, right? Like Mount Olympus, Hercules, Zeus, and that kind of thing. Not so much maybe like a cathedral, right? And again, the problem here is we're trying to figure out how to mesh some of these areas cleanly together with the existing architecture and textures. Because we are a bit limited for marble items. Let's see. You need to dye them pure white to get them to match properly. Yeah, I know, right? Which is expensive, but not out of the question, I suppose. If it really meant that we could get a perfectly, you know, flush look. So like, yeah, this is Snow White. Let's take a look what it would look like dyed pure white. You know, so yeah, I mean, one could make the argument that if that does match quite a bit more. I do still feel like it would be a little bit too flat. I mean, I have the same problem with the royal plotting tables where the roof needs to have something, I think, going on. Right? It's a little bit too flat, but dyeing it all white does match closer. And again, if you're not... As long as we don't draw too much attention to the roof, which I think is going to be the whole key here. We're going to draw attention to the walls here and not really try to draw too much attention to the roof. It's really just I want to hide the hanging roof, right? That's really the big key here. This very distinctly doesn't look like heaven. So just cleaning this up to make it look like a uniform stone roof of some sort will, I think, already just help with the immersion, even if the roof isn't that amazing. And again, a problem here is we can't go too ham on the roof because we still need to build hell and we can't use like a good jillion pieces of architecture, you know? So, yeah. And Bode Oak, thank you so much for gifting the tier 1 sub to Kemomo. I very much appreciate that, Bode Oak. I haven't seen you talking too much here in the stream, but glad to have you here. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. An artwork like Pantheon? Are you asking about like inspiration artwork that I'm drawing from? I didn't actually look up Pantheon specifically, but I definitely looked up like Mount Olympus, the new, what is it called? What's that? Omnipotence or something like that? Like the city in Thor: Love and Thunder, right? With Zeus and them hanging out. I looked up just like sky castles and stuff like that. So yeah. Let me Google again what the Pantheon is. Ah, yeah. So, that's beautiful. Yeah, I saw this actually was, now that I see this, I didn't know this was, I forgot that this was called the Pantheon. But actually, one of the images that I did pull was actually this. The only thing is, yeah, so we want to create a pattern so it doesn't look super plain, but we also need to be careful because like this is very complex looking with the actual layering that's going on. So we need to figure out a way to maybe achieve something like this that uses not too many items. So again, to be very slot efficient is the key here. We need to really be really careful, you know? And Fernway Knight, this looks amazing. Would love to get into house building more. Oh, well, you come to the right place. You come to the right stream. Yeah, you should definitely give it a go. Get an if you, are you just getting into housing? Like, have you built anything before? But I'm gonna put these back just because I think we're probably gonna use these more as individual couches and not the insane asylum floor. Dun dun dun. This is another case too where like dyeing these like pure white would be kind of nice, I think. Because when they're snow white, they looked a little bit dirty. Right? Like, let's see here. Oh, even with pure white, they still look kind of dirty. Because originally I was like, oh, this would be really nice if these were just like pure white couches. But yeah, they look a little bit, yeah, dusty or something, you know, even in pure white here. Silver? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, so I think, you know, that's why I had to go with like, I use desert yellow because it's the cheap dye from the junk mongers, but to match with the actual gold that's all around, I'd probably actually go like that, just to give it a little bit more of a shiny gold. Or wait, what was it? There was some other ones right here that like looked a little bit more of that, like, I think it's maybe this one. Yeah, right. It's a little subtle difference, right? But this is a bit more like of the sort of orangey gold that matches this maybe, versus this is a little bit more off yellowy, right? Do you see how it's very subtle, but this one possibly matches a bit more with this? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Subtle difference, but this is a dye that I'd have to go buy off the market board, or, you know, not just off a junk monger. Yeah. Oh man, yes. One of us. You have an apartment? Hell yeah. Well, yeah. Apartments are a phenomenal first way to start out building stuff. So don't let your dreams be dreams. Are you just getting started, or are you like have been building a little bit but like want to get even more into it? It's always exciting hearing that people want to get into housing more, you know? Because I mean, if there's one thing I'd love to inspire people to do from my stream is I really enjoy, in a sense, like demystifying housing, right? Like I try to make sure I show that all of this is very much possible, like just in the base game, because I'm not using any third-party plugins or anything like that. And so, yeah, like, you know, anybody can do this. Anybody can do what I'm doing. And that's why, like, I talk through a lot of that, the thought process and stuff too, right? Because a lot of, like, I would honestly say that oftentimes, possibly the difference between the way I've done something and like come up with something that's more complex versus what someone else has done is, well, of course, I have a lot of background in art and design and these kinds of things. I've done this for probably hundreds of hours at this point. But the big thing here is anybody could have laid this out. It's just a matter of experimenting. And I mean, you even saw on just this stream alone how much I'm talking about just, oh, should this be turned around, right? Like, oh, maybe let's just try this, right? Like, it was like this before. What if I flip it around? Is that better? Yes, it is. Okay, we'll keep it, right? Is this window too big? Okay, let's just try moving it like this. Is that better? Maybe. Is this maybe really small? Is this good? Oh, this doesn't really look right. You know, this is too narrow. Okay, so let's open it back up. That's okay. That's not a bad thing, right? So, you know, so much of housing is just experimenting. And when you just do a lot of housing, you'll end up discovering so many things that you won't even use right away, but then you can pull from as you do more builds. So yeah. And I see, I think you're saying they match as is. Oh, I see what you guys are saying, the couches and stuff, right? Yeah. Oh, and Fernway is saying, yeah, I've been building a little, but I would really like to get more into it. I honestly just find it really relaxing to kick back and build in game. Yo, big mood. I feel like, can I get an amen for that? You know, like, once again, I think so many of us in here can relate to that. We're like the whole... I've often said that the vibe of this stream is meant to be kind of like a... It's like half tutorial and me explaining my behind-the-scenes thought process, but the other half is really like build with me kind of energy, study with me, build with me, where... Yeah, like it's kind of nice to just put the stream on and just like build along with me in game or something. Work on your own creative work. Because I know that's what I've done a lot, is I put on other people's creative streams like Minecraft building or FFXIV's housing streams, and then I'll just build with that in the background, you know? And so that's also why I put all the VODs from all my housing streams up on YouTube. So I don't know, just, you know, is that... I think there's some of you out there who probably, maybe, watch some of the housing VODs that I have up. The recordings of the streams, right? While you're building. Outside of the live stream here, right? So... The only reason you do battle is to get the more mats to do housing items? Yeah, exactly. So... Yeah, Fernway, do you know the basics of housing already? Like, do you know the basic glitches and all that stuff? Or are you like learning how to do all the basic glitches and that kind of thing? Because I can either link you to the general YouTube, or I can link you... Actually, you know what? Here we go. Since we're bringing it up, so that's a link to the stream where I did like a walkthrough of all of the basics for housing, how to do like all the basic glitches. And there's actually Housing 201, which is the follow-up to that teaches a couple more advanced techniques. And from there too, that links you right to my YouTube channel, and that has the full archive of all of my housing streams, including, for anybody who doesn't know, by the way, the recent build challenge, Under the Stars build challenge that I did, where everybody built just with apartments and FC rooms, and then we did a tour of all the builds that people did. That's also up on YouTube now. So if you want to rewatch that, or Fernway, if you want some ideas for what you can do in an apartment, then there you go. Oh, there you go. Yeah, well, yeah. Take a look at that stream, as well as Housing 201. Both of those, it's a two-part thing really there. And there's timestamps to all the different glitch methods and stuff. And hopefully that will help you learn some of the basics of how to achieve the different effects and stuff that we use in housing. And then, yeah, I highly recommend also watching the 2 latest streams that I've published, which is the day 1 and day 2 of the recent Under the Stars tour that I did, housing tour. And it's basically just a showcase of, like, I think it's 16 different builds, all in apartments and FC rooms, and all under the same theme of Under the Stars as a prompt. And again, it's like a really awesome showcase, I think, of what you can do in even just an apartment, you know? Because that's probably like one of the biggest things you always hear is like, oh, well, I'm getting into housing, but like I could never do this because I don't have a large house. Which is true. You can't probably make something quite to the scale that I'm doing right now, but there is so much you can do with apartments and FC rooms. So much. And if there is a single source that I could point to that proves this point, it would be that the recent 2 streams that I just published on that YouTube, on my YouTube. Yeah, not to toot. I'm not saying that to toot my own horn, but like I say it from like from the feedback that I've gotten too from people. I think it is one of the best showcases that shows that there really are no limits in apartments and FC rooms. Even it's like a complete, like, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff, you know. So. And as you can see, you're in good company here on the stream. We got a whole bunch of very enthusiastic housing folks who are just like you and found, you know, either are learning or want to learn and all that stuff, you know? So. And oh, hey, someone saw you, Bode Oak, on the tour? Hell yeah. Oh man, yeah. I hope. By the way, everybody here, if you guys watch the VODs and stuff, if you ever hear me call out something that I should like link as a little pop-up card in the YouTube video, or if like I mess up a timestamp or something like that, like help me out. Just let me know. Send me a DM or something, and I can fix it or add it in. It's just like sometimes I can't like scrub through and rewatch the entire 4 hours and like know all the little things I brought up on stream. But help me out. If you guys are watching my VODs and you notice me say something like, oh, you know, let me link you to this blah, 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 blah. And I clearly linked it on Twitch, but I didn't link it in the YouTube video. Like, let me know. And then I can always, link it out, you know? So... And I can always add it in, and that way people who watch in the future can get all the full information and stuff, you know? So. Hell yeah, Fernway. Yeah. Dude, get hype. I love to hear it. We love to hear it. Enjoy. Have fun with them. And again, like, I love the feedback too. If ever anyone out there has feedback about the streams, or again, can help me improve some of the VODs or these kind of things, like, let me know. Ah, and Bode Oak, I think you are like the second person to ever bring this up. Although actually, I don't know. Did they ask me about this, or did I just mention this before? But you're one of the first people to ever ask about Minerva. So yes, Minerva is, I guess, both in a way. But Minerva is a bot. Okay. Noah lore time. For those of you who want to get real nerdy with me for a second here, this is me being very geeky, and a little bit of lore that like I wasn't gonna push this. I don't want to push it too hard initially because like it doesn't have that much bearing. But a side backstory. So yeah, if you notice when you join my Discord, Minerva's also in there as well. And so Minerva, if you actually look into the description for Minerva, and how I was building out when I was building out the stream and conceiving of the whole concept as a whole, I had the idea of there being these robotic concierges, right? So archons, as they were, which would be sort of like in my virtual world, in my virtual space, there would be, if you've played Destiny, then you know there's the ghosts, or you might have like if you played Legend of Zelda, there's like Navi. So there's like little sprites or something like that that help you throughout the world. Like this, you often see this in game worlds too, right? Where there's like little robots or little helpers and stuff that kind of like help you navigate. And so Jarvis, this is my take on Jarvis, right? From Iron Man, right? So Minerva, as well as a number of other bots that kind of have made small appearances, but they all are part of like this Archon series of robotic concierges. And yeah, it's a goofy like techie thing I'm trying to pull where you have like, it's spelled R-CON, so robotic concierge, abbreviated Archons. Anyway, it's a geeky little nerdy branding thing where I didn't want to just have it say like Stream Elements is saying this. I don't know. That's boring to me. Like, I don't want to just have random bots that don't have any relevance to my stuff. So it's like if I can brand things a little bit, then I get really geeky about that. So with my Discord as well as in here in the stream, I like went out of my way to try to figure out a way to deliver messages from me, from administration, from secretary kind of perspective, but in a branded way that's custom to me. So yes, Minerva is my custom robotic concierge. And she is the embodiment of, well, actually named after Minerva, right? So the goddess, right? And I believe she's the goddess of, is it knowledge and wisdom? I think, if I remember correctly. Also Minerva McGonagall, shout out Harry Potter. But like Minerva as a goddess, I believe is the goddess of, I think if I remember correctly, before I botch this, I believe she's the goddess, let's see, Roman goddess of wisdom, justice, law, and victory, right? And so I thought, an appropriate name to name the primary robotic concierge that would deliver all this information, information, right? So wisdom, knowledge, right? So, there you go. There is your backstory of some hidden lore for my stream. Thank you all for indulging me with my nerdy little secret things there. It's the kind of thing where hopefully I think it's not something that I needed to call attention to itself, but hopefully it just felt like a nice custom experience. You know what I mean? Like for anybody who noticed, like when they were logging in the Discord, like, oh, like, what's the message coming from? It's not quite Noah, but like, oh, I see. Like it's probably a bot or something. Like or I'm not really sure, right? But like, hopefully it just felt like a little bit different, a little bit custom. Even the text that I added in there, right? If you look at the rules section of the Discord, I put in like little text as if the bot is like, interacting with you, right? Where it's like recording preferences if you're doing notifications, or like hologram projector activated. So the thought process here too, again, being very nerdy and imagining you guys coming into my stream and my Discord as like coming into my world, right? The idea would be if you arrived at Disneyland, right, or like at like a magical virtual little town or something like that, you'd be probably greeted by some kind of a concierge person or like a greeter or welcomer. And if it was like a robot, then they'd probably like maybe project a message for you, right, when you arrive, and kind of be like, hello and welcome to blah blah blah, right? Like I'm Minerva, your robotic concierge, like pleased to meet you, and I'm here to onboard you with the blah 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 blah. If you have any questions, da da da. So like I tried to write all of that out as the storyline, like a subtle storyline. So if anybody wants to see that, you can go look in my Discord at like the rules and stuff, and you can see me speaking in that way and trying to deliver on that little storyline. So yeah, I don't know. Does that anyone else out there like find that kind of cool? Is it just me? I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it'd be kind of cool to make that a bit custom. And it's like, I don't know, I guess arguably like way extra compared to like nobody asked for that. But like, I don't know, like I've always been I'm like the kind of person who likes to see the behind the scenes and all the thought, and go hear the documentary about like them building Star Wars spaceships and stuff, and like have Adam Savage break it down for me and be like, oh yeah, they added real life exhaust pipes from like real like muscle cars onto certain spaceships and stuff, just to give a grounding of the sense of power for some of these spaceships, right? Like, we don't understand what a giant silver orb is supposed to look like or feel like or sound like, but if you put like real exhaust pipes, when you're 3D or when you're modeling these starships and you put them on the starship, those are like design patterns that we as a human recognize from a real world. So when a spaceship starts up and it has an engine revving sound, you can connect what's happening, right? And you're like, oh, I understand. That's like the sound of a muscle car revving up. So this is like the engine going into turbo mode or something. You know what I mean? So like that kind of shit, like I really like that stuff. I think that's super cool. I think I would argue that possibly that mentality is also one of the reasons why I love housing, and why I guess I can go so many levels deep of thinking about some of this stuff, is because like even if nobody's gonna notice it, I'm 100% the sort of person who's like, I don't care if nobody notices this, I'm gonna put it in anyway, because I believe people might on a very subtle level feel it, and also I will notice it. And I think it's kind of cool that I can say like, oh, that's like my own custom this and that, or like this little bit of lighting that I added in, is actually the reason why these two colors are smoothed out from each other. You'll never notice that. That's the point. You would never notice that the colors are different. But if I've done my job correctly, you would never question that they're different. Aha! There you go, right? Kind of thing. So, let's see. Once you understand, I'm catching up here on chat. Once you understand, Lady Griffin's saying, once you understand the basics of putting things together and seeing them in a different way, when used... Wait, sorry, let me restart that. Once you understand the basics of putting things together and seeing them in a different way, when used in a new way, you'll be able to go through other houses and be able to figure out what they did or used in case you want to use that idea as inspiration for your own work. Absolutely agree, 100%. Yeah, I mean, I'm constantly seeing stuff on Twitter and just like out and about, even when we do the tours or when I just go visit places. And I'm constantly seeing new patterns that people are coming up with. and then kind of sampling that idea into my work here. And like, I mean, full disclosure too, 100%. Like, some of the patterns here, like for example, the open sky thing. I mean, that's totally inspired by Peach's work, Fairy Peach. So yeah, I make no effort to hide that. Of like, the open window with the whole gradient thing is inspired by, you know, studying some of Peach's work and some of the concepts that she's been working on pioneering. I don't know 100% if she completely came up with that herself. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to police that. But like, to my knowledge, she's been a big pioneer of like the big open window with the gradients and stuff. And so that's kind of where I was channeling when I was thinking through if this could work or not. And then, you know, same thing with like some of the pillar work and these things here. You know, I've seen other people do pillars and stuff with the Fortom fireplaces. That's the word. But then, of course, this is my own take on it, and like me experimenting. Like I tried not to look too closely at what people were doing, because I definitely want this to still feel like a Noa Saitoshii build. You know, like it's my take on this. It's my own spin on this. It's me taking hundreds of little elements from real life, from other people's builds in 14, from just my own imagination, and then putting them all together. And so hopefully, even though I'm pulling elements from other people's stuff, this should feel hopefully very unique and very me, you know, at the end of the day. So. And let's see, Brendan was saying, or Maple was saying, yeah, little details are very important. Agreed, 100%. And Brendan was saying it's next level. It's like going into a concept restaurant or concept club instead of just another restaurant or nightlife venue. There's a level of immersion, play, and artistry layered in that you didn't have to do, but we all get to enjoy it more because you did. Aw, I appreciate that. And I'm glad if it feels that way. I hope you all... Yeah, like again, it's like I don't even necessarily want to say you don't have to necessarily notice all the things that I've done in my builds and in prominence and that I will do here, but I hope that you feel it. I hope it feels incredibly immersive and very custom and very unified, and at times makes you forget that things are like spliced together, right? Like, I think that's, again, one of my biggest goals is if you kind of forget that you're in like a whole bunch of floating furnaces all over the place and shit just like floating off the ground and hidden in the floor, if it just feels like I'm in Mount Olympus and you kind of just like lose yourself there for a second and you're just like, I'm just in Mount Olympus, like I'm just up in the clouds with the gods partying in heaven, then that's mission accomplished, right? And that's really what I'm going to go for here, is give you no reason to break your immersion from feeling that. That's the whole idea, so. Oh man, there you go. Everybody's just looping everybody. But if everyone's copying everybody, then are you copying yourself? And then, but then you... My goodness. We're all going a little bit insane, though. It's not just you. Also, here, I'm gonna bring the, before I forget, I'm just gonna nudge everything in by, I think I said 2 grid snaps? Probably 2, right? Let's try 2 and see how that feels. I'm just gonna pull everything in by 2. Or actually, wait, you know what? Might as well do 1 first. And see how that feels. Uh-oh. There you go. Come on, let me grab this other really? There we go. Okay. Actually, that's fine. Question mark? This is fine. I'll leave it like that for now. Oh God, come on. There we go. Oh, too much. And this is, if you've heard me talk about prominence, then you've probably heard about how, you know, just to create some of those effects in there, how I had to like layer everything, how I had to just keep adjusting things, like to get the curvature, you know, on the backdrop, the LED wall, as it were, behind the DJ booth at Prominence. It was like this. It was like putting it down, floating it up, seeing how it looked in the space, being like, nope, and just walking outside, letting it reset itself, nudging something like this, and just going, okay, rotate it like one click off, or like even a partial click, like, you know, taking grid snap off and being like, okay, what if it was like that? And does that the curve register now? And lots and lots of trying that. And so doing like this is like nothing. I don't know. I don't see any problem with this. Oh, interesting. Wow. Already right there. It's just a little bit more compacted, but somehow this does feel a little bit more like a unified space. I actually like that. I don't know how much of a crazy difference that is in like the grand scheme of everything, but like actually I like the feel of this. Okay, so I have, oh, you know, actually pulling it in too actually does help a little bit with giving a bit more space for the fake sky. Let's see. Is this furnace? I think these are not clicked properly. I can tell this one's too far. This fireplace right here. Where is it? This needs to be nudged one forward. There we go. Should have the little trim right there coming through. Okay. I know that the left and the right actually don't match each other. Was one snap enough? I know originally I did say two, but that does feel pretty nice. I guess I could try two and see how that feels, and then flip it back. I gotta tell you, you know, too, like, it's a little bit slow here, where, like, you know, it's a lot of, like, just, like, trial and error. But I feel like it's so, to me at least, it is so important to get this space feeling proportionally accurate and appropriate, and then everything else from there gets slotted in after that. Not to say that clutter and stuff isn't its own art and that it isn't its own times, you know, consumption, but the biggest thing for me is to make the spacing not feel claustrophobic and not feel cavernous, right? And everything to be proportional to itself. So that is like paramount. That feels accurate. I think. Shrinking it in. We need to pull, okay, so we need to possibly pull the walls in more, and we need to pull the front whole area closer, so yeah. Oh, the Flaming Amalja has gotten popped, the fate popped. Beautiful. Glad to hear it, Alara. Oh, right, and I lost my way markers for where the actual doorway is. I think it's like about there. This is another reason why you can use bathroom tiles, right? So bathroom tiles won't go away if you leave the house. And also, they can be very accurate, like down to, you can position them perfectly on grid snap. Whereas the waymarkers is a little bit hard because you can't grid snap a waymarker. So like, okay, if I want it exactly on the edge here, it's like that? Okay, see how it's like, oh, that's not really quite it. Right, so you'd have to be like, oh no, like it's like there. Okay. And even then, it's not quite. So, bathroom tiles are ideal, but waymarkers work in a pinch. I think we gotta move. Yeah, we gotta move all of this forward a bit. You're trying to be the Amphi of materia. Unlock all the Beast Tribe dies. Oh, nice. There you go. Yes! We have our back alley die dealer for materia. We'd love to see it. Oh shit, I just realized too, with some of the follows we've got from this stream, we're at 950 followers. That's exciting. Halfway 100-wise to 1,000. Woo! Soon. Maybe soon? We'll see. But that's exciting. Oh my goodness, that would be a milestone. Okay, so let's see here. Ooh, oh my, look at all that texture glitching going on. Yikes. Which is actually kind of nice that almost none of this is. See, again, little detail, but I will probably need to nudge these in like by 1 pixel, just to avoid this, because this would be annoying. This would bug me to the end of the earth, but if I do see that, there, it's gone, you know? But that would bug me to the ends of the earth if I let that texture glitch happen. And I know I was actually filming in my rooftop spa or bathhouse. Spa, bathhouse, whatever. I mean, I was filming it last night, and I noticed that I thought I solved a bunch of the texture glitching, but it was not so. I admittedly did not have the time to perfect that one nearly as much as I'd like. So I noticed a bunch of texture glitching, and it was bugging the crap out of me when I was trying to record, because it was just doing this. It was just constantly flickering as I was panning around the room like this. Ugh, annoying. But yeah. Oh, you know what? Let's experiment. What's the marble? There's these ones that have. Oh man, look, that would be so cool too. Fountain. So there could be the fountain here, like, you know, on the actual dance floor, but I actually kind of want a fountain-y thing, probably more in where you first arrive in heaven. So, it'll probably be more like, when you first arrive, there'll be a little alcove similar like to this. That's where, the greeting area, yeah, so to speak, when you first arrive in heaven. And I think these curved things is how we can make the stairs for this right here, right? Like, use this, and then we'll like tier it in a little bit. Hopefully that will allow us to create like a cool stepping up kind of thing. Onto this little platform up here. That's the hope. Although, oh shoot. That's not gonna work though, is it? Because we said we don't want to put the things floating down here. Dang it. It would work if we flipped this whole thing around and put it this way. That was something I considered too, was if you walk in the front door and you just walk straight up to heaven, basically. Like, what if you just like walked in the door and just there was the heaven stage? Like you already arrive in heaven, and then it's just a matter of descending down to hell. That was another way to look at this whole build. But the ask was they wanted heaven, hell, and purgatory, in which case that is a different case, different scenario. So So yeah, I do think we're still gonna go around with this. We can figure out a way. We don't need this. We don't need the steps to be like that. We can figure out another custom way to have these steps up to this area. Akarin, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. And yeah, oh yeah, also true. The underside of these is very sexy. So here's another option for the roof, right? Which is actually, I mean, if we have the budget, I don't know, Eluded, you know, I definitely think it'd be awesome to get a bunch of these. The fountains. Because I would love to use this, you know, as a roof kind of pattern. And that would actually immediately solve our problem with the roof being boring looking. So I mean, I think this dance floor area is all going to be too big to really merit filling the entire roof with these, because that would be a lot of money, like a lot of money, I think. But like, if, you know, possibly like 6 or 7 of these could do like an array like this, one in the middle and then like an array around, I think would be really nice and have a really nice looking ceiling. They're not expensive at all anymore? Really? That's exciting. What are they called? Indoor marble. Oh, would you look at that? Only 66, roughly. Okay. Well, actually, that's actually pretty doable. Never mind. I stand corrected. This won't cost an arm and a leg. So actually, this might be the solution that we're looking for to create a really pretty looking ceiling. I know, that's why I was like, they were like 15 million or something at some point. So I figured, like, similar to the flagstone lofts, right? I think those are still pretty pricey, like 700K. So to say, like, you have to be wise how you spend them. At least last time I checked, the flagstone stuff, the steps are not that expensive, but the lofts are really expensive. I would love actually to be able to use a bunch of those possibly for hell. But I know that they're very, they're quite pricey, I think, still, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they're pretty pricey, so I don't know. We'll have to decide. Onion, do you guys have submarines? Can you guys be sending out your subs to try to get some of those? I think I mentioned this at some point earlier, but I don't think I ever got a response on this. But if you have you guys' submarines of your FC maxed, perhaps if you guys could start sending those out to try to get some of those, that would be awesome. So, yes. Saiza, you're still here, yeah. Yes, Akarin, I was asking if they were you earlier, because, like, you're the only one who I've usually seen come with hiragana, you know, in your name. And so I was like, oh, did she make another account or something? But yeah. There you go. I'm glad you're still here. Woohoo! And that is true. You can party anywhere if you're brave enough. You can party anywhere if you try hard enough. Because the main crafting component for the fountains came from submissions, but they tended to be rather common drops versus the stone lofts, which are rare drops from submissions. Ah, I see. So we are currently working on leveling most of our subs. I think we have at least one max level now. If those lofts are needed though, I'm sure we can figure something out. Yeah, short answer is, I think I almost certainly would like to have at least 4 of them to use. Possibly more. So, I mean, honestly, it couldn't hurt to get more. We could always sell them, right? But like, I think having at least 4 of them would be awesome. Possibly more though. So yeah, yeah, that would be really cool. You have a submarine you can party in, but it's kind of damaged. Yeah, it's fine. It'll probably be okay. Put a Band-Aid on it, right? Put some duct tape. That'll be fine. Leaks, doesn't matter. Mount Wash fundraiser, there you go. Raising Gil. Please, we need to rebuild heaven. Please, sir. Spare $1? Spare a Gil? And yes, I am so happy, yeah, to have a second JP viewer. Or not a second, another. I think we've had now 4 or 5, I think, which is amazing. I'm so happy to have you all. Besides, I do hope, I know, you mentioned that you don't speak English that much, but I do hope you've still been able to enjoy the stream, since it sounds like you've been here the whole time. But I hope yeah, you've been able to enjoy the stream, and I do, apologize, sumimasen, for not knowing more Japanese. I am, I need to practice. I should practice more. Amphi, we gotta practice more Japanese. Teach me. Oh man, yeah. Oh, but see, this is what I was going with. Like, like we have the fake skyline thing. It looks so nice, honestly. Like, it does look pretty good, but it doesn't look as good. I think it could look better. So that's where I need to like play around with this stuff. We can get this looking better. It looks too dark, This is like stormy looking. So it needs to, yeah. Oh, now that we have the furnishing, right? There was, I know, you could change the color. Oh, it could be sunset. See, but then it doesn't match the stained glass, and like you could do like that. But then again, it looks stormy because it's so dark. That's the problem. Is without the window being more open, I feel like it gets too shadowed by the pillars and stuff, and it ends up looking very dark and kind of stormy, which is not the right look, right? So we have this, or you could have it like that, but again, it's very stormy looking. So this was like the best, where it kind of looks like a blue sky to match this. But we really need some more like lights up top, like possibly. Like this I was looking at. If you put this up here, if you put this like up here, then it can kind of like start giving the top down gradient a little bit more, like how this is gradiented. But yeah, I don't know, it gets a little crazy. So something again I'll be experimenting with probably a lot more off stream to see if I can get this open skybox thing working better. But if I can't, I might have to nix it and just go with the stained glass, because the stained glass looks, this looks beautiful, right? This looks like a bright sunny day, and you could believe outside those windows is a bright, beautiful heaven skyline, right? So, you know what I mean? But yeah. Oh, there you go. Well, what is it? Nihongo o benkyou suru, right? I'm not very confident when I speak Japanese. I apologize in advance that my pronunciation is probably not the best. I studied it for 4 years in high school, but that was it, you know? But yes, we can attempt to study some Japanese. Hi? There you go. How to speak how to speak Japanese. Stream with Amphi. I want to be there for that. I'll join in. And you'll do your best to study English too. Also study housing. Oh man, yeah, we are all students together. Housing gakko, right? I think am I saying that right? It's school, right? Gakko? Yeah. I think I got that right. Hopefully I'm not making people's ears bleed over there in Japan. I'm so sorry. Sumimasen. Maybe the queen thing floating above. Oh yeah, Queen's Rest for lighting. Oh, by the way, Shy Canadian Nerd, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you very much for being here. And for that Prime sub. I very much appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. I don't think we've spoken much or at all yet, but I mean, either way, glad to have you here. So I hope you've been enjoying yourself. Listening to how English is spoken helps you learn how to say it properly. And you get to learn housing too. And about bears. Correct. No, not Kurum. Kuma? Is that bear? Kuma, right? I think is bear. In Nihongo? Caesar-san's English on Twitter is amazing. Ah, yeah. Way better than your English with grammar mistakes and typos. You know, honestly, English is a very challenging language to learn. I mean, I still mess it up all the time, and was born and raised in the United States, so, you know. Also, Saiza, I'm so glad that you find my voice easy to listen to. I'm glad to hear it. I apologize again that my Japanese Nihongo is probably very bad, despite the fact that I am in fact half Japanese. Yeah. Basically, we use the translation software. Me too. Honestly, yeah, same. When I Google Translate is honestly absolutely amazing. You know, Google Translate is so useful. You just pull it up on your phone, hit the record button, and like hold it up to someone, and they can just speak, and then you like speak back, and you can have like a whole conversation like that. Did it so many times in Japan. It was amazing. Shy Canadian Nerd. Oh, there you go. Here you are. I know very little Japanese. I know kohi is coffee. Yes. Yeah, in katakana, they sounding out some of the thing. Kohi or la McDonald's, right? McDonald's. Camera. Or is it camera? Camera? Like camera? There's a lot of that where they just sound, if they don't have the word for it in official Nihongo, then they'll just sound it out using their syllables and katakana if they're writing it, or katakana is for writing, but like basically sounding it out. I have a German-speaking only FC member, and we use Google Talk in chat, and he understands everything. Honestly, Google Translate is amazing. Like, genuinely, like, actually incredible. It's not always perfect, but it's completely sufficient to have, like, a conversation, especially, like, basic stuff. If you're like, actually, you don't even have to, it's not even basic. Like, honestly, I've had some fairly intricate conversations with people with Google Translate. It's amazing what it can do. It's genuinely very impressive. This is a good use of AI learning, right? Machine learning and AI kind of learning is like Google Translate. That's like a beautiful usage of it. Could this work? Does that help? No, not really. I really think, it's got to be like that bright white light that comes with this thing. Can't really be yellow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. This is probably messing with some people's vision of this. We're gonna use these for hell, probably. Ooh, that actually looks pretty cool though on the... This is not the right vibe with the spikiness, but like that does look pretty cool on the marble. You know, that look. Very cool. But yeah, no, not the right vibe. So we're gonna put that back in inventory. Kohi is life. Agreed. Hi, and oh, see, you saw me DJ for the first time at a nightclub. You were Amajiki senpai, and instantly fell in love with the my DJing. Oh, thank you so much. Well, I'm really glad to hear that you liked it. Since we're talking about the DJing stuff too, yeah. Will you be coming out to the Prominence garden party this Sunday? Question mark. That'll be the next time that I'm actually DJing twice this coming Sunday. I don't actually know, you're in Canada, so I'm assuming by your name that you're in Canada. So I think you're still roughly in the same time zone as me. But yeah, this weekend, 4 to 6 p.m. PST at my nightclub, Prominence Nightclub. Yeah, okay, you're in PST? Yeah. So this weekend, this is completely tangent. This is different from housing, but that's totally not even the right one. Okay, I apologize. Here, I'm going to link the Prominence website because that's a better example. So this weekend, this Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST at Prominence, I'm going to be DJing a melodic deep house DJ set, which is, so to say, it's going to be very pretty and really chill and just like a really beautiful kind of groovy set. And then after that, though, later that night, also on Sunday, I'm going to be playing at the Whale Crew FC's house's Halloween party. So I think that's like 2 hours after. Let me make sure. My set is 9 to 11 p.m. PST at the Whale Crew FC house's Halloween party, but there are actually 2 DJs before me. So I'm pretty sure actually when my garden party ends, I can probably even raid everybody over to that Halloween party. and then you'll be rated right back to me near the end of that Halloween party because I'm closing it out. So yeah, if you guys want to come check that out, then yeah, that'd be the best way to come see me DJ and stuff. And Shy Canadian Nerd, are you in my Discord by any chance? Because that's the best way to know if you want to. Would you like to be? No, completely no hard feelings if you don't want to. But here, let me link you. Here's my Discord. And if you join in there, you can opt into notifications for my upcoming streams for both housing and DJ sets. And it's also like at the top of the Discord, there's an events section, and you can always look there and you can see all the upcoming streams and especially all the upcoming DJ sets that I'll be performing at, so you can always mark them on your calendar and stuff. So yeah, if you'd like to join, Shy Canadian Nerd, you're welcome to join. Anyone else in the stream who's watching, there I've just linked my Discord. Everyone's welcome to join. Again, it's the best place to loop in about my streams and everything, but we also nerd out about housing all the time in there. We talk about nightlife stuff too. So like, it's a great place to also just like hang out with myself and especially a lot of the great folks from my community here in the stream. So come hang out. Yeah, you know. I even just made some pretty big substantial changes to the Discord. So get involved and post. You can share your housing builds. You can share, you know, what cool shit you're up to if you're like going partying or something and all that. So yeah, it'll be great. And also here, I know I'm a little behind here on messages. Basically, I should almost just like change the stream title. This is now a just chatting stream. But we're just chilling and just catching up, which is totally fine. I'm 100% okay with this. But we're in a just chatting stream right now, basically, and I love it. I know Siza said you recommend the site DeepL for translations. I have heard of that. I've never used it, but I've heard that it was very good. Oh, and you want to learn Korean, says Bode Oak. That would be really cool, yeah. I heard Korean is very easy to... They have a very phonetic alphabet. So if I remember correctly, my friend was saying, you know, actually Japanese has this as well. Like hiragana and katakana, you can like spell everything out by just like putting all the different combinations of characters together. And Korean also has like a very strong alphabet system that's very easy to pick up on, is what I've heard. I don't know about speaking, if that is the same way, because it still is memorizing words, but like, I've heard Korean is not too hard to learn. Compared to like, okay, like Chinese is, I've never even tried, but like, apparently it's really, really, really hard to learn. Because it's basically just memorizing a bajillion sounds and characters and stuff, right? The bits that I've seen of Chinese, it is very, very difficult. Someone spoke to you in Japanese in game, but you're on PlayStation and had no idea what they said, says Alara. Oh, it does, yeah, that does happen. Yeah. Don't feel too bad. I'm sure they understand. Karain saying, I sometimes translate what I said on Twitter into English. Sometimes it's like meh, but yeah, basic Google translation is good and don't have to worry about misleading. Yes, I think that's the biggest thing, is usually Google Translate is good enough that it won't wildly change what you're saying. Like, it will sound maybe like, to the person who's receiving it, they'll probably be like, oh, that's kind of like a funny way of saying that, you know? Like it might print out in their language as like, you go here now. And you're like, instead of like, you should go here now. And you're kind of like, that's like a weird way to say that, but I understand what they were saying, at least. Like, I understand that that's probably a translation error, and it doesn't print out like a swear word or just something completely random and weird, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I think that's like, it's good. It's definitely good on that regard, right? Oh, and you tweeted something in Japanese at Bigun, the housing guy. Do you mean Bigjun? Bigjun Steel? BJ? Or is there a different person, Bigun? Or Bigun? 'Cause I remember there was a very prominent Japanese designer named BJ who had a lot of really beautiful work. Although I don't know if they're super active. I don't remember seeing too much posts from them. And Canadian, you answered. You're a Kohi Bear. Okay, we'll see you in the Discord then, for sure. Jump on in and just, yeah, get right on in there. Feel free to post and be active and stuff. And yeah, I definitely agree, Amphi. It's definitely like good, like, people always appreciate if you attempt to at least communicate in a language. Like, I think everybody's always very apologetic across the board, like, all over the place, right? Like Japanese folks will be apologetic and say, oh, my English is not good, and then we'll say, oh, our Japanese is not that good, and like everybody's always like, oh, I'm so sorry, but in the end, if you're at least like trying to understand the other person, you know, and like, you know, attempting, I feel like that goes a long way, where people are really like, oh yeah, you know. Oh man, hey Amelia, welcome back. Hi. Are you flying back, I'm guessing, from SD now? But yes, here you go. This is me building heaven for you. I see you're on the airplane watching the stream. But yeah, oh man. Taking off in a moment. Okay, yeah. I'll talk to you soon. We'll converse once you're back. Okay, Amelia? I can walk you through separately, like some of the stuff we've been doing today and where I'm up to, you know? So, yeah, it'll be good. Let's see here. I said happy birthday to him in Korea. Bodok was saying happy birthday to him in Korea, and he had a videotape to show his wife because he said it sounded like him when he was in preschool. Aw, cute. And Onion, yeah, you're saying you've heard the same about Korean. That's a little bit simple, like it's in a good way, right? Like simple in like that it's easy to comprehend and like pick up on, which I think is, if I remember correctly, people were saying, oh yeah, see, Amphi's saying it, Hangul is super easy to learn to read, but learning to write it is still a pain. It is an alphabet though, right? That it is like it is a phonetic alphabet that you can sound out stuff. Because I remember a friend who was studying Korean was able to like read like menus and stuff, and they were like, oh yeah, because like it's just an alphabet similar to hiragana and katakana, right? Where you kind of like, oh, if it's printed in hiragana, if you just know a, i, u, e, o, kaki, kuge, ko, sashi, sutsu, then you could just sound the whole thing out. Yeah. BJ, yes. Oh, I say you were talking about BJ, yeah. You too, heck yeah. Yeah, I think if Amelia is still here, have a safe trip. We'll see you soon. Safe flight, safe enjoyable flight, get some rest. Okay, I think I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up in chat. There, we're back. Yeah, exactly. A bit easier to pick up and learn as an English speaker. Yes, because we're used to a phonetic alphabet. Hangul, is that how, am I saying that correct? Like Hangul, right? Is an alphabet. You can learn it in basically an afternoon. Ah, yeah, there. A, u, e, o, kaki, kuke, ko. I remember that much from gakko. Wait, what is why am I blanking on this? Koko? No, is Koko like by itself represent high school? I guess because it's the characters, right? Yeah, Kokosei? Man, I am so bad at this. Yeah, like watashi wa kokosei desu would be like I'm a high school student, which I'm not a high school student, but yeah. kokosei dewa arimasen? Or janai? I don't know. In the negatory, right? No. Kokosei. Oh, kokosei. Or am I doing that right? Right, I'm saying it too quick. It's not kokosei, or you know that would be really bad. Kokosei. Domo arigato. Gozaimashita. It's drawn out a little bit more, right? This is now Japanese Nihongo 101, right? Japanese 101. Oh, I know a few very, very brief, like kind of. This is like, again, it's you know, Japanese 101, basically, like kindergarten stuff. Toire wa doko desu ka? You know? Mizu o kudasai. Like I once, for anybody who doesn't know, I just said like, "Where's the bathroom?" and I would like some water, please. Basically. You teach Japanese to foreign people sometimes for work. I might be a little picky about pronunciation. No, please. Like I love learning pronunciation of stuff. I mean, that's why I also say for the stream, right? Whenever I'm like pronouncing people's names, I always say like, if you want to correct me on the pronunciation, then I mean, I will happily try to say it in whatever the native pronunciation would be. Like, Teague, do I say it like, I think, right? Like when you, I think I remember asking you just like when you first joined, right? But it's like Teague Zuhelza. It's not like Zuhelzer. I think if you said it, it's like, was it German, right? Or it sounds the way it's spelled. And I think what did I said, because it sounds, that word sounds very German. Zuhelze? The Heltzer part, right? Which I think has, if you say that in like a German kind of, trying to not sound like I'm making fun of the language, and trying to say it trying to correctly pronounce things in that tongue. I don't know if Teague's even still here, but yeah, like Teague Zuhelze or something like that. Goldschläger, not Goldschlager, right? For anybody who drinks Goldschlager, as I think most Americans say it. I know I was watching a bartending tutorial thing on YouTube, and the German gal who was guest hosting on that was saying it's Goldschläger, right? Not Goldschlager. So there you go. There's your German pronunciation for the day. There you go. So Teague is Gaelic. Is it supposed to be Taig? Or Taige? Or anything like that? Or is it Teague? I mean, I always say, I've been saying Teague for like the last 6 months. But is it supposed to be pronounced a different way? And then the Zuhelze part is the German thing, right? So water, lol. And yes, Saiza, Mizu. Konnichiwa. That's all you need. I mean, it's okay, Laura. That's a start. You gotta start somewhere, you know? I do not know who that is. Cheryl Teague? Tigu? Shirile? Shirile Tiagu? Aaron? Wait, so I was saying it correct. I'm saying it correct, Teague? Or what am I saying? Which way am I saying it correctly? Aaron. D nice. What's up, Roth? Welcome back to the stream. You've joined in on our foreign language seminar here. This is held in heaven. We will now commence the heaven foreign language exchange seminar. Because I mean, I guess if heaven is eternal, why not learn a foreign language, right? If you're just gonna chill in heaven for all of eternity, like, you literally have infinite time to now learn every language possible. So why wouldn't you? It really fits. It really does fit. Oh, and you're right. You're chilling before at a nightclub I may have built. What could that be? What could... Oh, yes. What could that be, Roth? You don't say. It's true, we might take forever to finish the club if we keep talking about this. But this is a good conversation. I'm glad. I'm always... I do really enjoy talking to you guys, though, you know? I feel like... it's okay, it's a worthy distraction. Yes, it might take a little extra long, but... I like getting to know all of you more, so... Pinky's out for Ichi. Yes, indubitably. Yes. Get out my monocle, twirl my cane, as I sip my tea with Pinky's out, and say, yes, indeed, It's Ichi tonight. Quite. If you believe in heaven, your husband's saying if you believe in heaven, you probably would not need to learn any language because everyone would automatically understand you since it's heaven. That also makes sense. Although I do wonder, like, what activities would you want to do in heaven? This is gonna get, okay, I don't want to make this too political or anything like that, or too religious, but, I mean, I guess it did just strike me as kind of like, you know, that is like a question that I would have of like, oh, you know, if and when someone gets to heaven, what sort of eternity-facing activities would one do? You know? But perhaps I'm also thinking about this very, very human-like, right? Because I'm thinking like, I need to learn things. I need to experience new novel things. Whereas one could argue, oh, there we go. What Bodok's even kind of saying a version of this, of basically like eternal bliss, right? So eternal bliss, so to say. There you go. You just want to watch my housing streams on loop? There's the answer. I think Rothcast, there's the answer. That is what heaven is all about. It's just a nice, it's as big a screen as you could ever imagine and want. In fact, you could be all 360 around you, and it's just a loop of all of my housing VODs playing over and over and over again forever. Forever and ever and ever. Wow. Wow. Ain't that amazing? Eternal bliss? Hell yeah. We're here for it. Housing without pillars. There you go. There's the eternal bliss that we're looking at. Oh, baby. No slot limits, no pillars. Lofts that allow you to put custom flooring on them. Being able to rotate items completely around or reflect them. Having an X, Y, and Z axis built into the game. Oh my gosh. Is this heaven? It's truly, there can be no greater bliss. Housing with no need to float, there you go, right? So basically just Unreal Engine, I guess. Huh. And they say heaven and earth doesn't exist. I mean, it is pretty insane. I've been wanting to learn more about Unreal Engine. I've tried a little bit, but I haven't been able to have much of a chance to, you know, really get deep dive into it. But like, pretty powerful, pretty ridiculous what you can do with it. And you can download it. If anyone is curious, you can download Unreal Engine for free. And you can actually work on the full version of it. And you only have to pay them if you start publishing your game and start making money off of it. So, pretty fucking cool. It's basically the ability to use your creative imagination in your head come to life by thinking it. Yeah, right? So it's like Green Lanterns, right? Your imagination gets manifested through willpower, sort of. But yeah, no, actually, so this is Akarain is absolutely spot on with you take forever to finish a commission if there was no slot limit. Yeah, you wouldn't like that. And I agree, actually, yeah. I think we've brought this up before on the stream, right? Like, I think I've mentioned a quote, the quote that I really like of like, what is it? Limitation is the mother of all invention, or something like that. It's something like that, right? Where, so to say that even from like an evolutionary nature standpoint, the reason creativity is favored for natural selection is because it lets you overcome limits, basically, right? Oh no, how do we get more food? Because we need more food for our village. Oh, cool, we can think up a new idea, right? Like a lot of animals, if the food source goes away that they're used to, they're just fucked, right? Like they just can't do anything because they can't think outside the box, right? They can't think of like, oh, well, like, what if I like just ate something else? Right? But like humans, they're like, oh shit, like all the buffaloes like moved away or something. Oh, well, like maybe we can figure out how to pull these like swimming things out of the water, and they learn how to fish, right? And like then like taking that now to like, I guess us, but like that having limits means you push yourself creatively. So yeah, like having slot limitation, right? Like saying you have 100 slots to create a cafe. This is much more digestible and easy parameters to work with than if I said you have 10 million slots and you need to use every single one of them to make a cafe. And you're like, what do I even do? Right? Like, where do I even begin with this? Right? Like one of the scariest things, right? Sometimes it's like a blank canvas. If you feel like you need to create and you're just like, go, right? And you're like, I don't know, what do I do? But if someone says, I need a Hingen build, it's in a medium, I need it to feel filled with samurai stuff, and I need there to be a shrine somewhere in there as well. Okay, this is like much more digestible. I understand the scope of this, and I understand what this is, and a lot of things that this is not, right? And that's really, really helpful. I really need to get a just chatting screen. I've been working on this. I've been working on some ideas to have like a just chatting screen. So then when we have moments like this, I can switch to a just chatting screen and have some nice backdrops and stuff. Because like, yeah, I'm just like standing here staring at a wall, which is like, we can do better than that. I can do better than that. So don't worry, it's on its way. I've already got ideas. I'm already working on it. Yeah. Load up shots of people's builds. There you go. Yeah. I just need to. I need to get a. Do not worry. Yes, I'm on it. It's something I've been thinking about and working on. Coming up with something for that. I have some ideas, so I'll leave that as another surprise for another day. But yeah. Oh man. So yeah. I know we didn't really like build per se, but I hope this today was actually like a really good look at, like as I mentioned at the start of the stream, it really is quite a look inside how I built prominence in a way, and even Ichi to a degree, where like a lot of it is trying to figure out the spacing of stuff and figure out how to frame everything, and then how different areas transition between different segments of the build, and try to make them feel all like they get unified, you know? So, yeah, that's, yeah, like, I think, again, the literal floating, I mean, I guess it might be interesting for some people to see me try to speed float some of this stuff, but I probably actually won't even speed float it because I don't want to mess up. But it's hopefully, I think, more interesting to talk through what I'm doing, what I'm about to do, or why I'm doing stuff, right? So yeah. There you go. The real housing was the friends we made along the way. You damn right. You damn right. You love to see the bun boy standing still too. There you go, right? Yeah, just hanging out, just chilling, just staring at walls, which is, I mean, I think we can all relate to that. We've done any kind of amount of housing. And I'm not being paid by the hour. I'm just with your guys' lovely attention and sharing your thoughts. We're sharing ideas. In a way, I am being paid by the hour. The exchange of ideas and vision and everything, because that's worth its weight in gold, right? Knowledge, because knowledge is power. Yeah. But kidding aside, like I would rather us have a really fun, engaging conversation on stream than necessarily me just build in silence completely, you know, and we don't say much to each other. So I'd much rather us have an active chat and be talking through a bunch of stuff than necessarily, yeah, again, like... And yes, the longer we take on this, the more you get to see all the little inner thoughts. And then you get to have me rant about bears or bring up my stream secret lore and stuff. So there you go, right? Oh, you know, hey, since I have all you guys here too, just out of curiosity, what do you guys think of the new changes to the Discord? Are you guys on board with that stuff? Like, I know there's no reason for people to immediately jump into the item exchange, for example, if you don't need it right away. But just wondering, like, have you guys taken a look at some of the new stuff that I've been adding? And like, does it all look okay? Like, is it all clear? And even just across the general Discord, is it hopefully feeling cleaner and nicer and I don't know, easy to navigate? Genuine feedback time, right? Just realized I can take my own advice and put this over here. Wow, that was a weird. Okay, room. Okay. Even go a step farther here and just have the two options. That will snap. This will snap too. Sorry, I know you guys are talking here. One moment. I'm just gonna put these. Oh, I kind of goofed that up. Oh, oh, it's because of the marble. It's stuck to the marble, probably, right? Oh, no, there's a lip on that? Okay, whatever. We know roughly where it is now, so now we can see this through the floor. And it will not go away after we leave the house. Just because I need to figure out the spacing on this again. Oh, okay. So like here, right? Basically, this 4 quadrant right there. Okay. There you go. What are people saying? New changes feel good, says Teague. I spent like 10 minutes thinking about to write an item exchange and got nervous. And you would not do it right. Oh, so is it confusing, Bode Oak? Do you see the rules and guidelines thing there? I apologize. I know I actually already changed it to try to clarify it based off of what I originally wrote. Like I wrote a version and I realized it was confusing. So I tried to, I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before, I changed it to try to make it a little bit more clear how to use the item exchange thing. And we can actually, I can go through that right now. Actually, we can talk about that and make sure everybody's clear on that. Looks good, says Mia. Go with the flow, says Alora. Shy is saying, I just joined, but the lack of clutter makes it look really clean and user-friendly. Beautiful. Yes, I hope so. You love the changes, says Zakarin, and Maple's saying very cohesive. Okay, beautiful. Yes. Okay, so I hope combined a bunch of stuff and renamed a bunch of stuff and tried to make it much more clear where everything goes. And yeah, because like there's so many discords that everyone's in, and I know it's a lot to go through so many discords, and yet I am yet another discord that you have to join. But my job, my personal thing is, I mean, as a graphic designer background, graphic communication background, I want to try to make the Discord as effortless, and I want to do my part to design the Discord so it is as effortless as possible to get the information that you want in the Discord and have a great experience in there with minimal taxation on your mind going crazy trying to parse through a bunch of information. I want you to just look at channels and understand what they do. But I know some of the more complex things, like the item exchange and stuff, right? Like it's the whole item exchange with the forums is new, so I know that's new to everybody. So, I want your help, you guys' help, to make sure that everything is as clear as possible, and we can all make sure we understand that. It's not confusing, but I did not want to use abbreviations. Maybe people would not know, like willing to trade. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. So in the item exchange, I have in the item exchange section of the Discord, I wrote out what the abbreviations all are, so you can see in the example post that I have. Like if anybody wants to follow me along with this right now, I'll step you through it. Just and you guys can help me here. You can help me here if we want to change some stuff, right? So okay, so housing, the item exchange section, and right, like an example post would just be there's willing to buy, willing to sell, and then instead of willing to trade, I said willing to give away. So like willing, WTG, willing to give. And that would just be willing to give away. So basically free, right? I think trade gets a little bit confusing. Like, is it selling or are you just giving for free? So it's basically like something's free, or you're selling something, or you're wanting something. And I wasn't sure if people would find it more clear to label all of their posts looking for selling and giving away. Like it felt more wordy. But would you guys prefer that be the language that we use? Like more common language like that? Or do you guys like the abbreviations where you can start every post with WTB, willing to buy, or WTS, willing to sell? I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure what would make it most easy for everybody. And I was trying to think what would make it where, like, if a bunch of people start posting, I wanted it to be very quick for you guys to be able to search through all the posts. So that's also why there's the tags there. So if you make a post, you just tag it with NA, EU, JP, OCE, and then also the data center you're on. So Crystal Mateus, or no, sorry, not Crystal Mateus, Crystal Primal Ether, or Materia, or whatever. And that way, again, people can just like sort through stuff really quickly. But I think the biggest question for all of you is the formatting, the post formatting that I have for that item, for that housing item exchange. Does that work for you? Or is that confusing? If it's confusing to too many people, I will happily rework it. But if everybody is clear on it, then then we don't need to change it, right? But it's not for me to use, really. It's really for all of you to use, and that's why I want your opinions on this. And since I have a bunch of you from the housing community right now, right here with me, I'm asking you this. And you can do that while I shuffle this around a little bit. But yeah, help me help you. So let's see, where does this go? Right, if we use this one, it's like this tile right here. I think that would, yeah, making the lip upward from right here would be really good. Actually, that's not too bad at all. I think we can still keep the full range of stuff here. Just have it step upward over here. I don't even need to shrink this in. We can keep our nice big dance floor here. Maybe this will shrink in a little bit. Let's see. Is a bathroom? Let's see. I know you guys are responding there too, so keep responding. And 1 sec, let me just see how, let me just work on this for a second here. Okay, so 4 tiles by 4 tiles. Is this the same thing as a bathroom tile? Yes. And it's the same thing as a floor mat as well, I'm guessing. Same size, all of it. Beautiful. Okay. Just so, because I don't have combed wool rugs, but I can use these to understand the spacing of this thing. Because then I can do 1, just 2. Rugs. What do we have for rugs? There we go. If 1 was in the middle, and then 1 is right here. I think maybe we have some trim or something there. Plotting tables? I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Let's read here. Okay. So I don't think so, but I'm going to post and you tell me if I screw it up. I might have used it once or twice to get a feel. Looks clean to me though. You gotta head out. Okay, bye Hemphy. Thank you so much for coming. Have a great rest of your night. I'll talk to you soon. I think I'm gonna also wrap this up fairly soon as well, since how long have we, oh man, we're almost at 4 hours. Woohoo! Man, time flies when you're having great conversation and learning and getting sidetracked about foreign languages. We love to see it though. We love to see it. A much better problem to have would be we go overtime because we have too much awesome shit to talk about versus constantly running up against like, what do we even talk about, you know? So I'd rather have this be an issue than the reverse, for sure, 100%. Huh. So if we have those, we could use like that. Probably wouldn't be the end of the world to either shrink it in a little bit more or... trying to think. I don't want to have to add like a whole extra layer on both sides just to have the roof like that as well, you know? Like if we use these up on the roof and everything. Oh, actually, that's another idea. What if it was like that? Then you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the most slot efficient way to do this, but yeah. Fluffy, and you visited the hot tub bath? Or the... Yeah. Oh, good stuff. I look forward to seeing your post then after the stream here. Okay, I am gonna probably need to be experimenting more with this a bit off stream to just figure out how we're gonna do the roof and all that stuff here. But yeah, this is coming along quite nicely. Again, I think once this piece is in place, it will really help determine a bunch of other stuff that slots into place after that. So this is really the most tricky part, is building this part out. I mean, Hell is also going to be its own tricky endeavor, but I do think that will be a little bit more simple because it won't be floating between floors as much. You know, because Hell is actually going to be down here where this current... Heaven right now is currently where Hell it will end up. Just because of the way I have to build this. But, yeah, this is coming along nicely. I think, yeah, I will wrap up the stream though here, because I need to grab some food and then I'm gonna come back and get back to work on this. And I got my work cut out for me. We're trying to get this done in the next, week or so. And I definitely have my work cut out for me. But it's coming along, yeah, as Shai was saying, yeah, it's looking really good. I agree, and I'm glad you guys think so too, hopefully. Hopefully you're looking forward already to coming and partying here, you know? I can't wait for people outside of this stream to also eventually see the grand reveal of this. So, tell your housing friends to come into stream next week, because I'll be continuing to work on this. But, don't share anything with some of the other folks who want to just be wowed by it later, So, anywho, I'll see you all in the Discord. Let's have a chat. Continue to give me feedback if you guys start trying out things like it sounds like some of you might start trying the item exchange and everything. Let's test it out together and help me help you, right? Like at the end, I want to make these tools and these spaces for all of you to enjoy. So help me help you, and we can keep making things better and better together. And hopefully see some of you also on Sunday for the Prominence Garden Party, 4 to 6 p.m. PST, and Whale Crew Halloween Party from 9 to 11. Was that right? I think. Was it 9:30? 9 to 11, I think. Yeah. Here, let me type this in chat. So, Prominence Garden Party is 4 to 6 p.m. PST. And then also Sunday is oh, here, actually, I'll give you the address too, because that's important. Okay, so here we go. So this is Sunday, Prominence Garden Party, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. Here's the address for Prominence. And also, same day, Whale Crew FC Halloween Party. And I'm performing from 9 to 11 p.m. PST. But the actual event, I believe, is, I want to say, starts 4 hours sooner than that. So 5 to 11 p.m. PST, I think. There's multiple DJs, and I am the last one on the lineup. And the address for that one, let me get it for you. I'm posting this here in the Twitch chat. If anybody's just like listening in, I'm posting it here in the Twitch chat. So this is the address for the Whale Crew FC's Halloween Party. And yeah, the info for that is also in the events channel of my Discord. And you can find all the info in my Discord. Yeah, get looped in for notifications and all that stuff. Feel free to talk to me if you guys have any questions, or just if you want to talk and nerd out about housing and other things. Thank you, everybody, for your subscriptions and for the gifting subs and for the follows. Glad to have you all here. Glad to have some new friends from Japan. Saiza, shout out to you. Glad that you could join us all the way over there across the sea. Same with you, Akarin. And anyone else too who's out and about wherever you are. But yeah, I will see you all very soon. Thank you. And that's gonna be all for me for tonight. And oh, let's raid us on into. I think someone's playing at Ichi. I'm gonna guess. Oh wow, it is the one and only DJ Potate, who's just starting there right now as we speak. So if you don't know, the very first nightclub that I built is called Ichi Nightclub, and they are open tonight. In fact, they just opened their doors literally a minute ago. So I'm gonna raid us over to Ichi and DJ Potate, who's playing there right now. And yeah, if you want to go party tonight, go check it out. It's also the very first nightclub that I ever built, so you can see how I started, how it's going, you know. So I'll raid us on over there. Stream starting soon, it says. So it looks like they'll be rocking and rolling any minute now here. So. Bit of a mood change though, so if you need to turn your volume down or anything, here you go. Rating us to DJ Potate, and I will see you all very soon. Thank you so much. See you on Sunday. Good evening and good night, everyone.